Hi, funny people. Another live snapshot of the minds. I don't know which episode is it. Like there was a few of them. No plan for this one. You can ask me some questions if you want. Happened once maybe during my lives that someone asked me a question. Anyway, I've got another random questions generator, the storyshack.com tools random questions generator. I'm like this random questions generators. It's a very interesting idea. I think that's like if you are making some kinds of artificial intelligence, it should be tested like that. That you've got simply, it's probably done like that. That's all that's artificial intelligence which are talking with people that are tested with this kind of random questions. Anyway, we'll see how random this one is, and what eventually I can like get out of myself. what we can get from that play. What question have people recently been constantly asking you? Because I'm not dealing with too many people in my life, people are not asking me too many questions. The most like on an everyday basis, people are asking how are you, and that's it. Yeah, that's quite. I'm like for many years now not dealing with too many people, and it has many different reasons, but and I don't want to go into details why is that like that, but yeah, it's nobody is asking me questions. That's why I'm answering some random questions from random questions generators, and it's quite funny for me. Funny procedure, funny situation, and as I said, like I'm making these snapshots of the minds. It's like making data collections about collection about myself. So I'm like saving myself in a way. Of course, it can be misused in many ways by Meta company, by people which are listening to it, and many people will be misdiagnosing me, misunderstanding me, and so on. But anyway, the more I will say, probably the misunderstanding will be like there will be less of that. So, what question have people recently been constantly asking you? In general, I think I'm just like person which I'm not dealing with too many people, and in my history I didn't met too many people in general, so not too many questions have been asked. Okay, let's get another one. What is socially acceptable today that you think won't be in 10 years? I think that socially will be going in that direction, that there will be more and more respect towards other people. So I hope that it will go in that direction, but I think that because of web and how how internet is influencing social life, there can be that situation that people will respect individuality more and more, because first of all, like, you can get more confidence. No matter who you are, you can find the same kind of people in the internet, and you can have more confidence about yourself, about your value, about that's one thing. Second thing, you can, like, if you've got some interest, you can deepen that interests, and you can be more self-confident because of that. Second factor. Third factor, you can express yourself, and because of that you can be more self-confident. And then, because of web, you are seeing so many different people in general, that you are starting to see that you are one in many billions of people. So and you understand that differences can be quite big, sometimes huge, and that's why you can respect people more. So I think internet will finally cause that there will be more empathy in general. So what is socially acceptable today is that people, like, very openly attack people for being different, and I don't think that that it will be growing, like this tendency will be stronger, I hope, and I think it will be weaker, and I'm not into these theories that internet is causing echo chambers, and I think that, for example, TikTok is exposing people to more diversity, and the consequence, it's like you are starting seeing people with disabilities of all kinds, so you are starting to understand that and respect people which got this kind of disabilities. It's like less on Facebook or Instagram, but this randomness, because, like, from just one thing, you've got more information to digest than you ever had, and if you've got more information, you'll have to, like, you have to learn about many different kind of people, and different experiences, and different worldviews, and different political perspectives, and so on. So there is you will be exposed, because of internet, to more diversity, if you want or not. So if there will be no, like, dictatorships which intervene what kind of informations are getting to you, and I hope that no government will be able in the future to influence what kind of content, like, is in the web. So like, people should do internet by themselves, and if there will be no influence from governments, respect to diversity will be like bigger, and it will escalate, like empathy will grow, like I'm trying to express myself in English again. Anyway, so I believe that more information will get us to the point where we understand each other better. So what now is unacceptable, like some kind of hatred, open hatred, or like some what you can call microaggressions or whatever, disrespectful disrespects in like comments and speeches and so on. Like it will finally we'll get to the point where most of the people will understand that you can't judge people based on some assumptions and biases and so on. So we learn about diversity, and we are starting to understand that we are quite similar, and basically like there's more similarities than differences, I think. Anyway, generating questions. What old school skill set do you have? Old school skill set. I am quite I am in my middle age, yeah, I'm 40. I've got many old school skills, like drawing, for example, is very old school. As I said a few times, I thought I will be making like some 3D modeling and this kind of stuff, which is like it's not difficult to get there from where I am now when it comes to my tools and my crafts, but I'm working like Robert Crumb, for example. Like it's one of my favorite comic book artists, and like I think that's my life. I mean, the way I'm working is probably quite similar to his way of working. So I'm using like very classic tools. So those are old school skills. I'm not even into tablets so much. I try to make some illustrations on my tablets, but it's difficult for me to enjoy the process so much, as it's not comparable to normal drawing on paper. So for me, so it's difficult to like get used to it. Old school skill. I don't know. Just okay. Next one. What do you try to do to make the world a little better? I'm trying very hard to be simply kind to people, to new people which I met. I see like I'm a very open person, and I basically with the first contact I treat everyone the same. So and for me, really, everyone is equal. So I'm talking with my boss in the same way I'm talking with a homeless person. and I talk with a few homeless people here in London, because I sometimes I'm giving them money and asking if they need some help and so on. So yeah, that's the most simple thing you can do. I think it's to be quite like kind in a first contact. And of course there are dodgy people which want something from you, and sometimes it's good to avoid some people, but really you don't know who you are dealing with, and so on. So be kind. What technology advance are you looking forward to in the future? Those are my favorite kind of questions, and I answered many times to quite similar questions. Yeah, I'm waiting for through AGI, through general through artificial general intelligence. So we've got already like quite advanced technologies which are like cheating very well, and they are pretending that they understand like us very well. So all that chatbots like Alexa and so on, it's a very interesting, and DALL-E 2 is great. I recommend to test for all artists, and even not artists, even like someone who is writing or have vivid imagination. It's good to try and see where we are when it comes to like algorithmical art, let's say. And yeah, but DALL-E 2 is like a system which is dealing with semantics and written word. So it has to like understand what you are saying to some extent. So it's very interesting for me how well it's functioning. So so I hope that all that chatbots and technologies like DALL-E 2 will merge at some point, and that, I mean, DALL-E 2 is functioning very different than I thought it will be functioning, but it's functioning good enough to create like representations which are quite creative and quite accurate when it comes to understanding of written words. So I think that kind of technology, that kind of, let's say, artificial imagination, we can use in a very creative way. I've got one simple idea how to use that. Maybe some tech person will use this idea, is to generate ideas at random. So basically DALL-E 2 is able to create representations of not existing situations, and we can add another layer of algorithm, which is choosing from generated let's say pictures, these which are more probable to see in a real life. So you are generating like at random counterfactual situations, let's say, representations of counterfactual situations, and you are putting on top of it algorithm which is choosing these representations which are more probable in the future, and you can build up like these algorithms like to quite big extents, to the point where this kind of algorithm can have representation of itself and of the outside world, and it can start to predicting what will happen in the future, because it will start modeling and like starting to imagine things which can happen. That's my idea, simple idea. I'm talking about it here. I know that this kind of idea can be used by some smart computer scientists, because I had this kind of ideas before. Like I had ideas about algorithmic art, which are quite similar to what DALL-E 2 they made it as a DALL-E 2. So I know that the fastest I will express my ideas and document it, it's better. Anyway, so generating like the another step for DALL-E 2 is to generate ideas at random and checking how probable it is. So at some point, so those kind of systems can simply be equipped with artificial imagination, which projects like what is probable, like projects into the future what kind of states can be in a real life for that system, and to like judge probability of that it will happen, that this imagined representations of future events are probable or not. Yeah, anyway, so this kind of place, so AGI is basically like trying to imitate in some way human intelligence, and I truly believe that human imagination and intelligence is limited, so and simply can be copied. So that's why I'm very optimistic when it comes to this kind of visions, and we'll get there at some point. If you could only buy 10 items at grocery store to last the next week, nobody cares. When was the last memorable sunrise you witnessed? Don't remember. What do you hope to be an expert about at some point in your life? So I've got few like interests in general: brain science, artificial intelligence, art, and let's say philosophy, but futurism, let's say. But I don't believe in experts, so what I mean by that, it's like simply nobody is perfect in predicting the future, let's say. Experts like someone who has more chances to say what will be the future than someone else, but it's not true, as we know from science literature. Experts are not better than average people in predicting some things. They know more, but it doesn't mean that they are better in predicting what will happen. So, and that's why I'm saying that there is no expert. So, like, you've got brain, you are equal to other people which've got brain. That's my opinion. That's why I'm treating other people as equals. Simply, you never know what is going on in someone's head. They can have a solution to many problems which you don't know even, and so on. So, like, so no experts. Every brain is an expert in some random knowledge. They've got some random knowledge always. Anyway, what uncommon thing would you encourage everyone to try once? Uncommon thing. Okay, meditation, let's say. Not too many people is doing it, but I see meditation as a great tool to really relax and to deeply relax, like to calm down and to be focused. So I would recommend everyone to, from time to time, to cut off all of information, which are influencing our mood, our senses, attacking our senses all the time, and to be with yourself for a while, just with yourself. And it's very unusual experience because we are stimulated all the time by people, by experiences, by internet, by computers in general. So I would encourage everyone to do it from time to time. It's simple. You're just focusing on your breath, and that's everyone can do it. That kind of meditation is vipassana meditation, let's say, paying attention to your breath only. It's the most basic meditation, and it's nothing, I would say, spiritual. It's simple methods to just calm down and be focused. Very easy. Try it from time to time. Why I am recommending it, because when you will find out that you can calm down in any given moment, when you can, like, loosen a little bit your stressed like mind, that you can, like, find calm and peace within yourself without any other external source. So you don't need love, you don't need things to make you happy, you don't need other people, you don't need anything beside your mind to calm down. When you will discover this power, then you can get to a very different place than you are now. Which of your past teachers would you like to sit down with and talk today? I will not answer that questions. I will not pick anyone. What are the top 3 qualities you admire in others? Okay, I will not answer that question. What was the situation where you laughed the hardest you ever have? Those situations are usually unexpected. There are simply funny people which are like professionals in being funny, so there are some comedians which are great. There's a few comedians which I love, and they are making me happy every time I'm listening to them. Yeah, funny thing about comedians is like they can be extremely funny, but you will find out later that they are cancelled because of something. Anyway, I love like freedom of speech, and if someone is like exploiting that idea of freedom of speech, like many American comedians is doing it, I love it, and I laugh the most then when they are edgy, let's say, when it comes to joking. What's something that you find difficult but you think in your mind it should be easy? I always thought like, I mean, there are some things in the science field, let's say, which seems like theoretically easy, but they are not. And it's like I never had math skills, and it's always easier in theory than in practice to get some results. Yeah, the same is with drawing. Like you have to make it very long time to know how to avoid mistakes. And a mistake I consider what you consider as a mistake. So you've got some pre-assumptions like how drawing should look like, and later like you are training yourself to make drawings to look like that, and it can take you a lot of time to get there, because it's easy to imagine something, very easy and fast, but later to make it look like that on paper or on canvas, it's a long way there. So it's like with everyone can talk, everyone can speak, but making speeches or writing books is very different experience. So to make still like your thoughts very clear, and to make your speech like that someone wants to listen to you, it's very different than everyday talk with friends or whatever. What's the strangest thing you have ever found? When you are learning about neuroscience, you are learning about, there are some trivias. One of that kind of trivia about brain is that split brain patients. So there were in history that patients which had split its brain in half. So there is a corpus callosum in the middle of your brain. There are connections between two hemispheres of your brain. There's, I think, 100 or 200 millions of, not too many of these connections. It's like white matter of the brain. Those are axons of basically axons of neurons, and you can cut that corpus callosum. They are making this kind of operations when there are, like, for example, someone has seizures, epileptic seizures, and they are making this kind of operations to not to make that seizures not spread to other hemispheres. So if you will cut someone's brain in half, there will be two people basically, which are every single person, I mean every single hemisphere will operate other side of your body. So that's one of the strangest things you can ever found out, that if there will be no connections between two hemispheres, there will be no communication between these two hemispheres. So the only way to communicate for that two hemispheres will be like to observe eventually what other hemisphere is doing. But you are ending up with body which, for example, one can like undress you and another hand will dress you up, like, so there will be conflict, and like after some time, of course, like these two hemispheres are learning like how to deal with one with another. But it's the strangest thing you can ever find out, because this is shocking. Like, everything you know about human nature is like suddenly there's no one of you in your body. There are two hemispheres. Every single hemisphere is separate from the other. The only connection is, well, that corpus callosum, and you are finding out that connections are everything in your brain, and your like whole personality and everything can change because of that connections. So it's the strangest thing you can, and I think like that knowledge about split brain patients should be like, they should teach it like in high schools, in primary schools, because it's like whenever someone is telling you a story about souls or some spiritual inner life, you should tell them story about split brain patients and how someone is dealing with with that argument. If there is a soul, how can you split it in two halves? Like, there is no soul, there is no one you. You've got one brain, and this one brain can be split in two halves. So and then basically those are two like entities, self-aware entities, which have like separate thought processes. So this is the strangest thing you can ever find out. What's an interesting fact that you recently learned? Interesting fact. I don't know. Nothing especially interesting recently. That's okay. So I found some. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading all the time about like neuroscience news. So they found another layer of brain cells in this outside layer of there's that protective layer of brain, which is just under the skull, and there's another layer which they found. I don't remember the name of that layer. Anyway, that's interesting, because it's like whenever they are speaking about brain science, you think that they know almost everything, but they are still finding new type of cells and new functions. So it's quite amazing. What is something you thought would be a great idea but was terrible when you actually did it? What is something you thought would be a great idea but was terrible when you actually did it? When you are talking with people, just think 10 times before you say something. I would say. So the biggest mistakes of mine were like to say something which I didn't know how can be how can it be misinterpreted. Like people simply have trouble with imagining what you really want to say. So it's be very careful with words, because people have different levels of sensitivity, let's say, and you really have to be careful when you want to explain what you're thinking. So you have to be extremely specific and precise with what you are saying. So yeah, anyway, just but there is no such thing which you should be we are learning on mistakes, so you can't be paralyzed with anxiety when you are going out to the world. So just I would not ever say be so careful that you are quiet all the time. Just there's no sense in it, because you are learning on your mistakes with making mistakes. So you have to act in the world to really learn something. So anyway, it can't paralyze you. Next question: what is something that you don't mind waiting for? What is something that you don't mind waiting for? There are simply amazing rewards which you can get on this world. So you can, for amazing rewards, you can wait very long time and be patient, because it will feel amazing for sure to get what you want. There are stable needs of ours. We've got stable needs, so you can wait for some things a very long time, because it's not up to you if they will happen or not. So you can forget about something, but still waiting for it, but you don't have to think about it all the time. Anyway, next question: what have you recently found to be ironic? I don't know. Life is full of irony, that's people which you would never expect that will achieve something. They are achieving it. So I would say that ironic fact about people is that you don't know them simply, and you can say that even that it's more ironic that you don't know yourself and you don't know other people. Things simply happen, and it's not easy to predict how it will be, and so on. So like unpredictability, it's the most ironic thing, because there are people which are claiming that something is predictable, but it's not. What do you wish you had spent more time doing when you were younger? What do you wish you had spent more time doing when you were younger? Maybe traveling? Maybe exploring cities on my own, walking around, hanging around. Maybe reading as well. Next question. If it's raining outside, what activity do you most want to do? I am like introvert, and I am like living in my room. I'm spending a lot of time in my room, so I've got very like specific activities which I'm cultivating. Let's say, how would you spend $1,000 to give the most happiest? How would you spend $1,000 to give the most happiness to the most number of people possible? So I've got this opinion that it's better to give some specific people, even random people, money immediately than giving it to charities, because you never know what charities are actually doing with that money, and you can, if you would find out later, you would possibly found out that they are doing something in a way which you are not like preferring, like, and you've got opinion about it. So if I would have $1,000, I would go to random people and gave them that money, never ever asking what for they will spend it, because it's not my business. So yeah, I think that's generally the problem with charity. It's like choosing people as well which you should help. So I think that for equality, randomness is working very well. So I would give like, for example, I don't know, $500 for 2 random people on the street. How would you describe someone who is wealthy? I answered that question before. Someone who doesn't have to work to have basic needs fulfilled. So having food, having a roof above your head, that's a wealthy person, very wealthy person. If you have to work, you are a poor person for me, like from my perspective, and I have to work. So what is the next skill that you'd like to learn really well? Making videos, like it's very useful for me. So making more videos, it's another plan, let's say. I mean plan. I'm making these videos, I don't know, 2 years or more now, and I like to do it. I mean, I'm not going to let's say make classic videos, so I'm not going to tell regular stories for everyone. So I'm using it in a more conceptual way. At this point I'm making, for example, videos on for YouTube where I'm filming process of making some artworks, and there's many reasons for doing it in that way, but I will not go there now. Just so making videos and like polishing my skills in that in making videos. Like, okay, what is something that you find mildly annoying but not annoying enough to do anything about? I mean, there's many annoying issues, social issues, which you know that you would have to like spend whole your life fighting with some kinds of stupidity, but I will not do it because like I can be I can like get what I want from life anyway on the side. Like, it can happen somewhere. Like, I am not going to feel responsible for the whole world, and because I am not going to become a politician simply, or social worker to solve some problems. I am not such a social person. Like, I am social. My worldview is social. But there are more interesting subjects for me as well, and simply I've got to know of some skills which would be necessary to do this kind of social work. Anyway, what uncommon thing would you encourage everyone to try once? I answered that question. What is the next skill that you? Okay, let's jump to another. So this random question generator, it was the storyshack.com tools random questions generator. I'll post it later under that video which I'm just making. So Survey Sparrow, it's another random question generator. So random question generator, Survey Sparrow, you can choose the category. I'm choosing interview questions and generate question. What do you want to work for? Why do you want to work for our company? I don't want to work for any company. The only company I'm working for is Ratz. This is the company. I am the company. I am corporation. And like, it's a comment about capitalism. Everyone should be on their own in that brutal world. You want something from me? Just pay me like you are paying to corporation. How do you handle criticism? What criticism? It depends how it's expressed. someone is expressing criticism in the way that he's basically saying it's you are stupid, that's not the criticism you like you can accept or tolerate. Like that's not good. It ad hominem, simply. It's who I am shouldn't be like interesting for anyone. I can be whatever. But if someone is attacking ideas which I'm expressing, and someone is addressing like some issues, like there is like some logical mistake, or there is something like which is not agreeing with facts, then you can like get that point. You can learn something, and that's perfectly fine. It's perfect that that kind of criticism is existing. Like, please give me more, I would say. So, and of course, like, nobody is good at taking criticism, because it's we are like emotional creatures, so people have that disability, like to separate your ideas from your emotions. So we are very emotional about our worldview. That's why like politics is based on emotions and like tribalism, but like with, let's say, scientific approach, we should separate like our emotions from our worldview, and then simply criticism is not about people which are sharing some ideas. It's about ideas only. Why are you interested in this position? What? Why? Because it's interview, like job interview. Would you rather? Trivia question, open-ended question, close-ended questions. Okay. I don't know how long I am here. To not make it too long, I will finish now. Hope you are well. Hey everyone. I decided to go live to prove that I am a little bit crazy. Just like to make it clear, if someone doesn't know that yet, doesn't understand that. So I think people should go crazy sometimes, but not in a classical way, just by being wasted, just being drunk, but just to travel inside and explore imagination and so on. We should do it more often, I think. Yeah, nothing particular to say. That's the crazy part. But there is an internet which is vast and fascinating. So we will find something funny. So what is funny and interesting? What is funny? Nothing particularly funny. recently in my world a lot of working, which is like I've got no time for making my projects, projects for which nobody is paying me, and it's funny, like I'm making some art and later I'm seeing some other artists doing it and they are getting paid for that. What's like, okay, so nothing funny, but from interesting stuff, recent links on my wall. For example, a soft robot that can unfurl inside the skull. I'm fascinated by brain-computer interfaces. They are constantly inventing new ones, and now they invented like interface which is like spiral, in spiral shape, which is better sticking to the brain. So they are trying to like avoid that situation that brain is like treating that electrodes as foreign body. So they are trying to make it to stick to the brain on the surface, on the large part of the brain, like and like to make it as soft as possible to simply like brain is not treating, there is no inflammation and this sorts of thing, scars and so on. Very difficult to attain, but if it will be made in a proper way, maybe in the future, I imagine like that they are creating another layer of the brain which is actually creating that situation that it's possible to communicate with computers without any hand movements involved, eye movements, whatever. It would be really cool, but I think we are like 10-20 years before it will happen. But who knows, maybe a few years forward, like, and we'll get there. So that kind of news. Another news. A new study reveals that TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, translating that shortcut, TMS brain stimulation therapy can relieve severe depression by reversing brain signal flow. This discovery opens a path toward a potential biomarker for diagnosing depression and personal treatment. So, as a person which was dealing with psychiatrists in my past, which never helped me about it, and even I would say they not only not helped me, but they convinced me that I am in some way like sick. When I'm reading this kind of stuff, I'm just afraid that it will be used in a appropriate way. Just everything would be okay about some sort of so-called therapies if it would be a matter of choice. But unfortunately, whole psychiatry is going in a direction where you can't say no. So it's it's really dangerous situation, because someone can exclude you from everyday life just based on opinion of one person, and you'll be locked somewhere. And so from point of view of law perspective, if you would take what is going on in psychology field and psychiatry field, it's in my opinion very dangerous. It's mind control simply. So be very careful when you've got any trouble with your life. Where are you going for help, and who with whom you are speaking with, because it's really not the best situation now, I must say. What else I did post? I posted recently. Let's see. AI is helping astronomers make new discoveries and learn about the universe faster than ever before. I think AI can deal with so much more data than human beings and can digest it, like all that information can be digested much faster with application of really complex mathematics and equations which people can't grasp easily, and with like simply you can't deal with this kind of amount of informations which computers can deal. So AI will be extremely helpful, I think, because AI can uncover some hidden patterns in data, and it's awesome, and I am like AI enthusiast, and of course I am not claiming that AI is self-aware or creative in some deeper sense, but it's getting there, like slowly. What we've got with ChatGPT and Midjourney and this kind of applications, I think it's really amazing. And it's like close to human, like, I mean, result of work of that algorithms is like sometimes even better than whatever people can achieve. It doesn't mean that AI is like aware of so that AI can actually have insights, that it's self-aware program actually, but I suppose that it's some meta program, some another layer of that algorithm. Of course it will be not easy, will cause that this kind of AI, creative AI, will be able to imagine itself imagine itself and put itself into the context of real world. So it will be in that sense self-aware, that it will be aware of what kind of imagination is it, like what that AI can really do in real real world, and I truly believe that it's possible. Like, I don't see any logical reason why it's not possible. Simply, you can simulate or imitate the work of your brain cells. I don't see anything wrong with this kind of vision. There are, of course, like some funny speculations about ethics in that case, and the only ethical concerns I've got, it's not about AI on its own, but how it will be used by corporations. That's the only concern, because we are already exploited to huge extent, especially like low-level workers, working class people, and capitalism is like sucking energy out of these people like to a huge extent, and now it will be even worse for all middle class people, which are even highly educated, because their jobs can be replaced by some programs as well. So the only solution for me would be universal basic income, and then maybe it will make sense to make an automation in all fields. Yeah, but those are interesting subjects for me. Another article on my wall on Facebook: iPhone killer, new AI wearable human hopes to make smartphone obsolete. Humani. I don't think that you can easily replace screens by what I see on photo here, actually. But if screens will become flexible and you be able to make phones smaller, I mean just thinner, it would be enough, and then maybe it will be replaced somehow. I don't know. Those are just speculation. Daily smoking linked to brain shrinkage in massive study. Of course, I mean, when I was 15 years old, I was very young, I was starting smoking. I've been smoking like for 10 years. And it was, of course, very bad. I had a lot of pleasure, although it was very bad. I'm not smoking now, I don't know, 16 years maybe. Yeah, something like that. No, just let me count. Like 14 years I'm not smoking. I'm feeling much better. I've got no craving at all, but like I know that I can't come back to it in any way, because it would be like stupid. Daily smoking linked to brain shrinkage. It's the same as with drinking, it causing brain shrinkage as well. So those are two main things which you should avoid. I'm not talking about other brain killers as drugs or whatever. Just don't do it. because like if you want to have happy life, you just should have healthy body, and it's like the most basic thing. If you've got no of that, if you've got like the basic needs of your organism should be fulfilled, but if you are poisoning that body all the time on everyday basis, you'll be nuts, like fully there with many things, like, and it's obvious, but it's obvious but not practiced. Yo. I'm posting some videos all the time on Facebook, on YouTube. If you want to see what is going on with my art, you can see how I'm working. I'm making these fast sketches. I'm making it like fast, not because it's my like choice. It's a necessity. I simply don't have too much time. Of course, you can say that okay, you can paint something by doing it 1 month or so. I don't see the point of this kind of commitments to one artwork if I've got like not the best materials and so, and like simply I just I prefer to have more ideas which are purely documented than just making one artwork for a few months. Like of course, like the result is worth of working longer, but for me it's mostly conceptual. So, and it's like I'm constantly like in the process of like that training, that I just want to have that flexibility to like show my thoughts like almost immediately, and it's simply from like nobody is buying my art anyway at this point. Sometimes it happens, but rarely. There are people which understand, most of them don't understand. What I wanted to say, and like I just need to sell a lot in order to survive. So the more I will make, and it's of course like consequence of some sort of consequence of capitalism. Anyway, I like speed drawing. Speed drawing is it's a good training, and speed drawing is a result of dealing with low quality materials and lack of time. So those are two main factors, but I'm still working like mostly conceptually in my like my imagination is constantly telling me a story about artworks which I can do with better materials, and this will happen soon, and that I'll make something bigger and better. Yeah, life is challenging. Life of an artist is always challenging. There is no support for outsider artists, people which are don't want to be friends with other mainstream artists or whatever. I'm not a very social person, so I will not get any exhibition like in that way. In other way, it's simply you can achieve that by paying to some gallery or whatever, and I can't do it. So functioning as an artist online mostly, it's a result of like exclusion from that art world of galleries and art fairs. I just saw affordable art fair. I posted like a video, short vlog about that art fair. What can I say? The more art I see in general, the more I feel that I don't belong to that world. It's a funny thing because, of course, I am an artist in that sense that that's my everyday practice, that I am doing art whenever I can. But what I'm seeing is something which looks very like different. So in that sense, it's good, but because I feel original. But there's a lack of like connection with other artists for sure. Not too many artists is like working with pure imagination. Now I see that trend in London, that everyone is going abstract, which is funny for me because when I came here, everyone was like figurative artist, and like it was not my cup of tea, and whatever I saw in London, I thought it's quite conservative art. But maybe it will work for me in some funny way. So I'm like, I love all that first abstract painters like Malevich, Kandinsky, like Franciszek Kupka and so on, Paul Klee. Those were great. But I'm surprised that it like disappeared, and I suppose it's because of you have to be really into art to really understand where is it coming from and why. So if you are not reading like first texts of Kandinsky about like visualizations of music and translation music to pictures, about if you are not read about hyperphantasia or synesthesia, you'll not understand why some people are so much into art. Yeah, I simply see like things in front of my imagination, and some people don't get it, but and I'm simply into originality of forms which I can create, which is not an easy task because there's really a lot of artists, and it's like to get to that point that you are really inventing something. It's hard work. Yeah, but it's pure fun for me as well, I must say. Whatever. So yeah, I recently made some bigger commission, which I can't show yet, but it was like 2 weeks ago. I finished something. I will be posting it later. Yeah, and on YouTube there's plenty of new videos actually. I mean plenty. Few. About hacked accounts on Facebook, I can continue that story. So there is another Facebook fan page, look Ratz schizopop. Lookratz.com, that's the name of that fan page, where I posted some videos as well about my hacked Facebook account. It's scary how easy it can be done, that some hackers can basically like remove you from the web very easily. The worst consequence of that hacked account, which was hacked, like it was like 2.5 months maybe. It was that some groups which I created some time ago, I lost access to that groups, and I couldn't post there. Of course, yeah, worse consequences of losing your account, because you can lose some like essential and important informations. It's like even like group of your friends, it's like it can be valuable information for someone. Yeah, it's a weird world we are living in, and like I am web enthusiast and I don't feel that I've got anything to hide, but still I can lose that, like in some way. Of course, I'm like making quite high resolution documentation of my life in general, and I've got backup of everything. But anyway, just life of a crazy creator it's not easy, especially if you've got no whatever. I will not say more about myself maybe, because it's not so important. So yeah, okay. I'm starting making some objects again. I am making like combination of like ready-mades and sculpture, let's say, and drawing as well now. It's again like a fast art for poor artists, which can't afford like materials which he would want to afford. Of course, like I'm getting like better in getting what's I'm becoming like better with all of that, because materials are better and better. But I'm still finding making art very expensive. and it is extremely expensive sport. So if you want to be an artist, just invent like method of making it very cheaply, because you can do it actually cheaply, but for example, if you will forget about that idea that art is an object, for example, which you've got, which you can sell. It's like there's plenty of materials. If you are like Londoner, for example, if you are walking around town, you can find such an amazing like opportunities to make art, street art. And I'm not talking about vandalism or whatever. Just you can make it there. And the only like object which you'll get then, it's photography, for example. So I'm making a lot of this kind of drawings. If I see some surface which can be used for making art, I'm using it, and I'm leaving it where I am doing it. So so it's a strategy of survival, let's say, as an artist, and in that way you can make much more than you would expect. What else? So I'm posting as well some photos from time to time. I'm making like something which I call abstract photography, let's say. I'm always hunting for that moment, for that like pictures which are in close to what I imagine sometimes. So what I could paint eventually, but I don't have time to do it. So I'm making photos of it. And sometimes those are like purely abstract compositions that it doesn't matter what it is actually. I just care about composition and structure of objects. And it's another strategy to survive as a painter, that you are using just different means. Photography is quite limited, and it's the same about video. You simply can't shape it as you wish, because with drawing, for example, you can do absolutely everything. It's a very simple tool like pencil or pen, but it's like the most basic technique for me, drawing, and there is everything. So like sketchbook is enough for me to feel completely free, but still sometimes I know that it would be like much easier to make an object to express some ideas than making sketches, which are time consuming. That's the only thing. Anyway, so of course some time ago I said that I am a little bit burnout as an artist, and it's not that like maybe it's not a burnout. It's because like I know that my brain will produce art in any situation, but it's about being simply physically tired, because I'm working on an everyday basis, and I'm making art. It's like having two jobs and I'm traveling at the same time, so like I'm a traveler, nomad, and it's like a lot of effort to make my thoughts visible. What else? Art fairs are expensive. Like to get stand on art fairs, it's a lot of money. But art fairs in London are really special. They are amazing. They are huge. There's plenty of artists. It's like I'm always so surprised here how many artists there is. And on every single art fair, I'm like seeing plenty of completely new artists which I didn't know before. And it's like whole army of imaginative people which are trying to make something, and it's like really weird experience, like to see such a sea of people which are doing the same, almost the same. Yep. So that fan page is not abounded. Like I mean, I will be coming back here with snapshots of the mind. And I'm still producing, but like I've got no routine of posting it on everyday basis. I don't think there's point in posting just one drawing every day, for example, or whatever, because I'm doing art just in that special moments where I've got some really good idea. I don't like to repeat myself too much. Of course, I'm doing it recently quite often, like with that patternism, where I'm making that abstract patterns, let's say. But still, I'm trying to make every drawing as individual as possible. And because I'm trying to surprise myself, I don't see the point like in compulsively drawing all the time in order to find something new. Like for me, it's a pure imagination, and like my laboratory is in my head. So if I will not find that idea in my head, then I will not draw it or paint it. So I'm just walking with ideas. Should I say anything more? How long I am here? I don't know. Whatever. Whenever you've got any question about my art or life or anything, you can ask that question. That's fine. Sometimes people are trying to approach me here on that fan page, on this fan page particular, Ratz.com. The better way to do it is actually to write me, drop me a message on Instagram or on my private account on Facebook, because Facebook has that weird feature, like when it comes to fan pages, that it's not so straightforward to get to that message which is dropped on a fan page, and it's difficult to find it later and to answer, just a pain in the ass. So normally, like when it's on private account, it's on Messenger, and just that message is popping out, and you can easily find it. Anyway, just saying, like, if you are quite busy on everyday basis, you can miss some messages. And the other thing is that it's good to make a phone. Simply, my mobile phone is on my fan page, so you can always call me. And the other thing is my email address, which also would be great. It's a great way to communicate with me. What can I say? There is a shop on my fan page as well. There are some crazy artworks, which some of them are not very expensive. But I would recommend to buy something bigger. If you want to buy something bigger. What else? What can I say more? I can say that internet is a very weird experience in general. It's a perfect illusion of being in touch with some people. I wrote a lot of messages to many people which were never answered. I really don't know why. It's functioning like that, not only on Instagram, but sometimes I was writing mails, and it's simply very, very weird experience, because I am treating people which online as they would be real people, but people are not treating other people as real people, which is, wow, so weird. So I'm making photo documentation of what I'm doing. Like, the more on everyday basis I'm dropping, like, I'm making that photos of improvised drawings which I'm making during lunch breaks at work, usually, and that photos actually are functioning as separate artworks. They are like artworks on its own. What can I say? Yeah, they are very often like not representing like extremely well how that artworks looks like, because those are sometimes like boards, and you can see that those are stiff boards, wooden boards or whatever. You can't grasp size of it as well. So maybe in the future I'll be making like some photos, me and my artworks, so you can grasp the size of it. Yeah, I think that's the way it should be in the future. It should be done in the future. Yeah, so people answer messages which other people are writing on in the web. We are not robots. We are real people trying to connect with other people. Okay, next time I'll prepare some random questions generator, so I'll be more entertaining than today. Okay, it was nice to show up on my amazing fan page. Peace, love, and happiness for all of you around the world. Bye. Hi everyone. Another live now. Because some time ago I promised that I will answer some question more. Oh, but nobody cares, but I care, to be like honest. Let's say with myself, for myself. So random. I'm just looking for another random question generator. I've got a nice evening. I'm drinking some tea again. So I thought that I will entertain myself and someone who will watch it maybe in the future, whatever. And what we've got here. Random questions generator from University of Washington. I answered already some questions from that bunch of questions from that like website. Random word generator. Random question maker. Let's try this one. I just posted new painting, acrylic painting, which I finished today. Something to hold something, very useful. You have to have it. So another abstract painting, another object. A standard example of glassosis, of transparent 3D object, which doesn't have any purpose, and it's simply playing with imagination and colors, and just I'm trying to train myself to make that paintings on everyday, like on regular basis, let's say. I finally can get some better materials, let's say, and I'm just doing whatever will come to my mind, just to practice. Like I still struggle with CAPTCHA. Sorry, I still struggle with acrylics. Like it's a fight. I like painting, but as usually I have to do it like after just weekends. It's not a hobby, but I have to do it as it would be a hobby. So it's always like not enough time to think or whatever. But I had fun. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, learn hip random question. This random question generator contains hundreds of random question, a conversation question on dozens of subjects. Okay, let's go with this one. You can ask me some questions if you want, whoever is watching it at that moment, at that very moment now. I'm using phone this time because I suppose that connection is better like that. Okay. The question is, do you like going to zoos? Zoo is like zoo. Zoo? How should I say it? I thought about going to London Zoo. Of course, like animals are amazing, but of course there are like ethical controversies when it comes to zoos. But to be honest, like I don't know what is better for some animals, like to stay in the wilderness or like being entertained by bunch of people which care about them actually. So I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I mean to be honest, like I like to explore and to learn and like to see new stuff. Yeah, so zoos are quite exotic and interesting. Who cares? What do you think about? Do I think about it? Do you think people rely too much on technology nowadays? I am in that tribe which is saying that we should enjoy our technology. For example, I've got very bad memory, and if I can like use Google, that's perfect for me. It was always like that. Now it's like I don't think like technology is making us more stupid. I think it's opposite. Like we can simply forget about our vices and just enjoy the fact that whenever we need some information, we've got it, and we should like entertain that fact, and it's okay. It's okay. I think nowadays we should like start to think about ourselves more as a cell in one huge organism, which is humanity. And yeah, that's why like we shouldn't be so concerned about like using too much technology. About of course, like in the context of ecosystem and like ecology, it's not so good. So we shouldn't be attached to that technology in that sense that at any point we can lose it, and it can happen very soon. So we should like be mentally prepared for that. Anyway, do you think people rely too much on technology nowadays? Actually, I don't have a car. I don't know if it will ever happen. Actually, and there are people which can't live without a car, and I am like 41. I never had my own car, and actually I can live without that car, and I don't really know why people have to have that. So I think we are like, yeah, in that sense we are like get used to that technology, which is not necessary and is causing a lot of problems. So we can imagine if there would be like one in 10 people have their own car, it would still work. Everything, the system would not collapse then. If we would use buses or trains or whatever, I suppose like if we probably can make some estimates, like yeah, we can like learn how to live without that technology as well. But when it comes to computers, I think it's like amazing tool, and it should be like we should use it as much as possible. What's the best thing about being single? You are a free person. You can make decisions on your own, which is amazing. But of course, like being with someone, it's like it's of course like sacrificing your individuality to build something in general. So so there are just there are I mean, I think that nobody who is not like, well, let's say, designed for being a partner, no one should be a partner in that case. Simply, there are people which are not good in being in a couple. I am like loner, for example, and I love to be alone actually, and I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. Like, I'm introvert, so yeah. I suppose that I'm so long single that it would be very difficult for me now to change that. Although I'm trying to change that. What might your mobile phone be able to do in 10 years' time? I believe that our mobile phones will become our like assistants, and it will be simply artificial intelligence which will take more and more responsibilities, let's say, for us. So but of course we've got like very advanced tools already of many kinds, and it takes time to really like realize the power of that new tools and to really use them in a smart way. And I suppose that we need another generation to grow up with that technology in order to like really realize the potential of that new tools, because like I'm already like feeling that I am not well suited. Even if I grow up with computer, I still think that I am like very backwards when it comes to using that technology, because there's so many apps which I can like make with use with which use like I can make my life much easier. And in many people probably like don't know how much easier that their life can be, because you simply can find some program which is making something which you are making on an everyday basis, and it can save your time and so on. So simply yeah, we have to like learn how to use that technology. And I suppose in 10 years maybe there will be no mobile phones, but like maybe some lenses with augmented reality. That's possible. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I suppose that there will be a way to merge with that technology, like more like, but there's plenty of crises. There are economical crises, and actually
only small group of people can benefit from all that development and advanced technology, and it's like it's a lie which huge corporations are selling us, like that everyone can have it. I think. What do you do if you can't sleep? I can sleep. Okay, don't. Have you ever bought anything and regretted it later? Um, I just bought some juice and I didn't check that juice is not actually for drinking, but it's like a containment. Like what? How do you say it? Let's see. I've anyway. Yeah. Containment. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Like that juice is not for drinking. Stupid story. I'm just always like. I'm not checking sometimes. I'm buying something. I'm not checking what is, like, I've got some allergies. I'm not checking if it's good for me. Sometimes I'm trying to be always aware what is inside of some product, but whatever. Who cares? Next one. What is your most treasured possession? My artworks. Can you remember the first film you saw at the cinema? Wow, that's an interesting question. I can't tell, actually. I can't tell. It was. I don't. I think it was in my kindergarten, like, let's say, and it was Polish movie. It was animation. Carrot Field, so, like, whatever. I don't know the title of that movie. Anyway, yeah, I think it was in the kindergarten, and it was like from whatever, some Polish movie for kids, I suppose. Okay, let's come back to that. I closed everything. Whatever. Crazy stuff are going on outside. I mean, politics. I mean, global warming. Are you a heavy or a light sleeper? Nobody cares. What were you afraid of when you were a child? When I was a child, I was afraid of everything. I was afraid of darkness. I was afraid of staying alone, and this kind of stuff. Which famous person would you be happy to never see again? I don't want to go into politics because someone will whatever. There are these politicians which, I mean, there shouldn't be politicians, like people should have the power, don't you think? Have you ever suffered from buyer's remorse? Whatever. What's the biggest story in the news at the moment? Let's I don't want to go there, actually. Have you ever ridden a horse or other animal? I never been on a horse. I just talked about it with my friend 2 days ago. Just as a kid, I was riding on my dog, actually, which was inhuman. Do you agree that good grammar is not important as long as people can understand you? Exactly. It doesn't matter. What did you buy yesterday? Nobody cares. What do you do if you can't sleep? Nobody cares. Would you prefer to live in a city or in the country? If I don't know. It's difficult. Like city is nice sometimes. Countryside is nice sometimes. Who is a singer that you like? Whatever. Do you know where your next holiday will be? For a long time, I will not have holidays because it's I can't do it simply. No holidays for working class. Next one. Where do you like to shop for clothes? In charity shops. What's your perfect breakfast? Something gluten-free. How often do you buy clothes? Why? Why do it to myself? Like, what country would you like to visit? I would like to go to India, actually. I always wanted to go there, but never happened. What time-saving gadgets do you wish someone would invent? Just make robots which are working for us, please. Work is a waste of time, always. And there is plenty of mechanical jobs, like mechanical things, which like robots can do, already can do it, but of course, universal basic income is necessary then. Where will you be this time tomorrow? I'll be in the same place as now. What do you do at the weekends? Building my fanciful kingdom. What do you enjoy shopping for? What do you enjoy shopping for? If I'm in art supply shop, I am very happy. How worried are you about giving websites your personal information? I am, as now, I am giving a lot of personal informations, but of course, like corporations can use it against you. It's like there's that saying, whatever you will say will be used against you. And it's true about social media as well. Whatever you are putting there, someone will use it against you somehow. It's like not that all people are malicious, but like it's like making for example, advertisement which is like very personalized, and it's working against you because the purpose of corporation is to sell as much as possible to you, and your goal should be to not buy anything if it's not necessary. So yeah, I mean, to save money, because money in that system is freedom simply. And yeah, what professions are overpaid and underpaid? I would say all professions are underpaid. Besides CEOs of managers of all kinds and so on. I mean, people are like that wages, which are minimum wages. That's unbelievable how low they are. Like, would you like a car that drives itself? That would be perfect. Yes. What headline do you wish you could see one day? Headline? That's cure for. I mean, that's they can reverse age of cells in our bodies, for example. So reversing the aging process. That would be cool. How many hours sleep do you need? How many do you normally get? I believe that all people need the same amount of sleep, and it's inhuman when people like I when I was younger, I thought that you can manipulate with that, but actually I don't believe it. And now for many years I'm functioning, sleeping just that amount which I need. It's like 7-8 hours, and it's perfect. Sometimes more even, and it allows me to function quite well. If you could have dinner or a drink with any living person, who would you choose? I would choose that girl, which doesn't want to know me, unfortunately. Yeah, anyway. Have you ever had a bad haircut? This is perfect haircut. Like, I never had bad haircut. What would you do if you could turn invisible? Fuck off. Do you have any phobias? No. Have you ever got lost on holiday? Yeah. Spain. It was cool, actually. Do you ever get annoyed with yourself? I like myself. What the fuck? I mean, when you see that pattern that you are repeating some mistakes, like patience is going away, but I am a friend of myself. I love myself. I'm helping myself. I am not a bully for myself. So yeah. Have you ever been on a date that didn't go well? I am a little bit autistic, so it's difficult always. If you are not enjoying a book, do you still try to finish it? I've got something with my head, and if I will start reading a book, I always. I mean, there were these kind of books which have something extremely stupid, but even if with books which are stupid, I still feel that I need to like check if someone have some good arguments, and I'm always thinking like, okay, maybe I don't understand something and I should like read it to the last page to be sure that that I'm not wrong. Like it's really stupid. so like, but yeah, maybe in the past, like but I'm very careful with choosing what I'm reading. So, what do you like to do when you visit a new town or city? I'm just walking around, and I like to sit in a nice place, drink coffee or tea, and that's it. Um, I like checking architecture, like what is attractive when it comes to streets. Do you watch any reality TV shows? I'm not watching TV at all. Do you think old or sick people should be allowed to take their own lives? Actually, yeah, I've got that, but this, let's say, Buddhist perspective that we should avoid suffering. Like, yeah, and if there is too much suffering and there is no other way to help person, maybe it should be allowed. But because we are not never like we never know what is going on in someone's, let's say, it's like individual. Thing. So because of compassion, there always should be some way for that people to actually be free when it comes to choice. Because when you are not sick, you always have a choice what you do with yourself. So so equally, person which is sick should be like free to make a choice. But of course, if there is like anyway, there are ethical difficult questions in any case. But yeah, I am pro-choice always in any sphere of life. Do you ever go watch live sporting events? No. Have you been or would like to go on a cruise? What is cruise actually? I mean, oh no. No, it's not for me. Cruise. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I've got no phobias, but like I've got no problem with flying, but seas are scary for me actually. Water, like in general. How do you try to save energy? How do you try to save energy? I'm always minimalistic, I would say. Do you have a favorite shop? That's like for some consumers. Like, do you play any sports? No. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to some other website. Just okay. I think I've been on that website as well. Let's see. Questions generator .com. I think I didn't check that website before. they are verifying if I am not a robot. I am, but I suppose that it's very easy to cheat in that way. Ooh. Doesn't work, that website. So let's ESL conversation topics. Again, something doesn't work here. I don't know why. Is it my connection or what? Funny questions. Let's see. It's easy retro EO questions, icebreaker questions generator. What is that? Icebreaker questions generator. What's the most bizarre food you ever eaten? Oh, that's something. Okay, nuts. Welcome new stuff. That's something which is not interesting at all. I saw 3 questions and I am put it off by them. TheStoryShack.com. Tools random question generator. Doesn't work again. Let's try different way. I'm so not prepared. It's psychological naturalism, what you are saying here. Nothing is planned. Let's see what we can do next. Okay, we are on the site, the Story Shack. I think that websites are like following the same pattern, and they are made in a quite similar way. Random questions discover. Okay. English. Have you ever had a terrible house guest? If so, what happened? When I was younger, when I was in my 20s, I was organizing a lot of parties. I mean, quite often, and sometimes it was like very random Very random then. I mean, yeah, that's... What's something that you thought you'd have already done by now but haven't? I answered that question some time ago in Snapshot of the Mind. What's something that you would be willing to stay up all night to? What's something you find attractive that others may not? I am interested in medicine, for example, and this is something like, it's a weird thing to watch all that Instagram medical profiles. Yeah, and I suppose that many people just would not be able to watch some stuff which I'm watching. What uncommon thing would you encourage everyone to try once? As I said some time ago in one Snapshot of the Mind, just exploring other cities, other countries. It's a very good way to learn. What's your knowing just enough to be dangerous story? What's your knowing just enough to be dangerous story? I don't know. What does it mean actually? If you could choose the way you become a hero, what would the circumstances be? I don't want to be a hero. What is your favorite spice? Nobody cares about that. What's something you find attractive that that's questions generators are really annoying, I must say, because they are so shallow. Why? Okay, anyway, I think I'll make another video very soon. Nobody cares anyway, so see you next time. Hi everyone, it's me again. Surprisingly, wow! Who's that guy? That's Ratz. So I just asked Google for philosophical questions, and there is plenty of results actually. But I'll go to some specific website and it will be random, and I will answer that questions. Hello, whoever you are, you can ask me some question as usually. You can ask me whatever you want for fun. I am, let's say I am a comedian. I'm saying comedian because plenty of stuff which I'm posting is like those are jokes, and I think people are extremely annoyed when I'm calling myself an artist. so maybe let's say I'm a comedian. But I'll answer some philosophical questions today, and it will be from the website thought catalog. And of course, like, I love philosophy. I'm not a professional philosopher. Nobody, what I'm saying here will be true. And I don't believe that there is anything like true answer to any question. There is only something which is close to truth enough to be practical, let's say. Okay, so I am not an authority, I am a comedian. And that's my role this evening, let's say. Thoughtful philosophical questions on metaphysics. Thoughtcatalog.com. Blah blah blah. There's a longer address to that website. And first question: what does it mean to be real? And now, how will this define real? On which level of inquiry and of speculation and how, like, we are, how deep we want to go with real. To be honest, like, I would treat it like everyday slang, to be real, because it's easier. Because, like, to be real, we would have to define reality probably. But to be real, and there is like quotation mark around that word real. So I would say, like, this is being real. You are like behaving, doing precisely what you think and what you feel is like honest like behavior, I would say. So and like, yeah, I mean, it's difficult, and actually I think in social like circumstances it's completely unrealistic to be real, because we are actors in social situations. Yeah, and actually, even if you think you are real, actually most of what we are doing as human beings is like pre-programmed. It's coming from outside, and I think we are whole life like trying to define what is natural behavior for us. But because I don't think that self is real in that sense, that we are learning machines, and what is the self is changing constantly. So real, I would say, like that learning process is real when you are not making something like against, so which is so strong against your first intuitions and needs, and yeah, let's leave it like that. But just being honest with yourself. So let's say you've got some model of the words, some worldview, some strong convictions, and if you are not making decisions which are against that everything what you believe is real, if you are not making anything like opposite to that world view of yours, then you are real. Okay, it's like improvisation on the subject, but let's say, I would say you are real if your decisions are made on your own, because in our life, plenty of people is trying to influence our decisions all the time, and it's an art and skill to be assertive and make decisions on your own. Yeah. So if you are, for example, a Christian, and at the same time you are a soldier and you are killing people, then you are not real Christian. If you think about yourself that you are a good human being and you are a soldier and you are killing people, you are not good human being, simply. You are not real. So that's that's putting like that's what we're real in a everyday life context. So yeah, if you think about yourself that you are a good human being and you are taking money from oil companies, or you are giving some lower taxes for corporations, you are not a good human being. Yeah, and so on. I've got mood of making provocative statements. Okay, second questions. Second question from thoughtcatalog.com. What is real versus what appears to be real? I mean, those are actually very difficult questions. Because people are playing the game. Okay, you can think, even you can believe that you are making something real, in the sense that you think that you are making your own independent decision, but you don't realize to what extent you are influenced by other people. You don't realize to what extent your that model of yourself which you got so is false. So it can be false, actually. So you can not precisely realize who you are, and then you can think that you are making something real, but it's not real, and so on. So you can talk hours about it, I think. What is real versus what appears to be real? Okay, that question should be like probably more general, in some treated in some more general terms. What is real versus what appears to be real? What I would say, okay, when it comes to reality and what is real, it's simply, let's say, if there is plenty of observers, people which are observing some event, and everyone's agree that something happened, then it's real. I would define it in that way, because I suppose for humans there is no other way to define real events, because even physics is dealing with the concept of observer all the time, because there is no other option. Because for us probably there will be no access to basic rules of this universe. So probably because we are limited with our capacity to understand, we have to deal with a simplistic, like simple model of reality. So we can't like actually like spot what is reality. So we've got a definition which is like useful for us, and I would define it like that. If some group of people agree that something happened, it really happened. It was like, sorry, it was fourth questions. Third question is, okay, no. What does it mean to be real? I answered that question. What is real versus what appears to be real? So, yeah, I didn't answer what appears to be real. Appears to be real, it's like only subjective. If the rest of, let's say, observers doesn't agree that something happened, and there's plenty of this kind of situations in life that people are delusional, and they think that something happened because it happened only in their head. So I've got like definition of what is real as something objective simply. Yeah, but it's like not real for real, but what like appear to bigger group of people. It's like simply, yeah, wisdom of the crowds in some way. But the whole philosophy is like that, and the whole science field is like that. So its function like that. It's a social phenomenon. 3. Is existence necessary? No, we don't. We can't answer that kind of questions. Yeah, it's for me, like, I am hardcore empirists, and of course we can imagine that nothing exists, but in physics there's no such thing as pure nothingness. We've got like even in empty space there are particles which are like popping out into existence, and they are disappearing, and those are virtual particles. And so in that sense, in physics, existence is like in some sense necessary, but of course, like, there is consensus when it comes to the fact that there was Big Bang event, and probably there was nothing before or whatever. But is existence necessary? We just can't speak about non-existence simply. But with existence, it's like also it's problematic because nothing exists like for forever. So we've got that shunyata principle. Let's say that there is no essence to anything, and everything will decay at some point. 4. What is the origin of the universe? Who knows? Those are this kind of questions. Like, I am, as a like utilitarian like perspective, let's say, we are wasting time answering that kind of questions actually, because for me priority is to simply make the best possible choice for myself and like for people, let's say. And I think it's philosophically like the most important questions which you can have. It's like how to survive in a maximum of comfort, not killing like your resources, or let's say, I mean, not using all your resources at the same time. So with eco perspective as well. So whatever, like whatever the universe is, what the hell? Like, of course, those are interesting questions, but let's don't waste time and let's do something cool. Actually, 5. What created the universe? What created the universe? Who knows? And just I think that idea of beginning, it's a very human concept, and simply existence is maybe like something like which is simply doesn't have any beginning or end. Simply it's exists, whatever it is around us. So what created the universe? Maybe there's no reason to ask that kind of question. 6. What are the material components of the universe? Particles and forces, which we know from physics. I don't think that philosophers. There are that. What are the material components of the universe? Like those are questions for physicists, actually. But of course, like you can always, even if you believe that particles are the fundamental, you can say that maybe relationships between particles are like more fundamental. Yeah, so or what are the material components of the universe? Yeah, but material are particles. Yeah, that's the matter. That's what matters. 7. Do the cosmos have a purpose? Purpose is a human concept, and I don't think that a universe give a fuck any fucks give a fuck about any of human concepts. 8. What is the goal of existence? There is no goal of existence. Everyone can have different goal. I am here to have fun. Some love, temporal. It's temporal. Everything's temporal. Temporary. So, what is the goal of existence? Like, of course, I am fan of Richard Dawkins and like of passing further your genes, this kind of evolutionary concepts. But it's like those are goals of, let's say, in a broader perspective, those are evolutionary. But goal is not a right word. Simply, yeah, passing your genes further is like it's something which it's a consequence of like our pleasures simply, and like it's automatic for us. Like mentally, that goal can be completely different than like our goals, biological goals, which we think we've got. But like mind is not such a easy to decipher like a machine. So there's plenty of goals. There's plenty of functions for a human being. Like if you are younger, you've got different use for society than when you are older, and it's simply changing all the time. But if I would have to use one word, I would say that goal of existence is like some one word, maybe not happiness, and like yeah, but it's simplistic, very simplistic, because happiness it's not only pleasure. It's in a deeper sense happiness that there's some kind of justice or whatever. Like there's with that word there's plenty of problems as well. 9. Is there anything that has to be relatively true for everything that exists? Is there anything that has to be relatively true for everything that exists? I mean, gravity, for example. If gravity doesn't work for everything, then but there are other forces. I mean, if there is there anything that has to be relatively true for everything that exists? Relatively, that's the difficult part. I think like relatively true. It has to be relatively true for whatever is existing, that the existence can be like perceived in a way. So in that sense, there have to be way to say that something exists for real. So existence is always like fact which you can like say that it has taken it's really there, like existence. If you can like something can have some relationship to that which exists. So it's relational. Existence is relational. Would say now. I don't know what I'm saying now. Okay, 10. Can some things exist that aren't in time? No. Everything is impermanent. I mean, there are particles, I suppose, which are like forever, maybe. But no, I don't think so. Like, everything have some. Okay, because I said like that maybe there is no beginning and ends. So I would become like consequences like that there's nothing which can escape time. 11 is change, or anyway, and of course like time is a problematic concept as well, and we can say that maybe it's not really there, but it's consequence of most in the other basic forces of nature. So then maybe like universe can be frozen like a crystal or whatever. 11. Is change really possible? Is change really possible? I mean, we experience everything only because of changes. So change is our, like, the most basic part of our experience. No change, no experience. Can there be 12. Can there be things that in principle are unobservable? I mean, I don't believe in existence of anything which we can't observe. Like for 100%, there's only some probability of existence, and there are like hypothetical particles which we can't like detect. We are trying to do it, and but we can't. Can there be things that in principle are unobservable? There are concepts like dark matter and so on, antimatter, whatever. But like for me, only experiment is true, like giving true answers. So 13. Is the universe inherently random as quantum mechanics predicts? I believe that there can be some more basic more basic rule which will allow maybe not us but some aliens, for example, to predict on that what will happen on that quantum level. So maybe probability is not it's not like forever. Like maybe like, I don't know, humanity in next 1000 years will be able to predict where electron will go. And how particle will behave. I don't know, without probability, but with certain that it will be certain. Like, okay, what is time? Change, in most basic way, defining that. I will not go there. I've got just Brian Greene book about time, which is waiting for me. Yeah. 15. Is time real or an illusion? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, as I said, like we can't experience things without like change, and basically time is a change. So yeah, if okay, like because we can imagine it in many ways. Like if like whatever is going on, it's like recorded on some supercomputer in which we are simulated but self-aware. It can be like everything is pre-written, and then we can say that that change is an illusion simply from our perspective of simulated entities, let's say. 17. Can there be aspects of reality that in principle are unknowable? I mean, reality is like we can know only things which we can understand, and we are only just one species on some planet, one of billions of planets. So for sure, just like for some ants, there are ants or other creatures like chickens, for example, there are unknowable things. So maybe, for example, dolphins or whales, some other species like elephants, because they've got bigger brains, they actually understand more than we. But they are so advanced that they don't give a fuck about things about which we care. Of course, it's a joke, but of course there are unknowable things. But like that, in principle, that they are unknowable. That it's not like possible to understand. Like, I mean, you can't understand the wholeness, the whole thing. Like, I suppose complexity, which is like unfolding in action. You would have to be like bigger than the universe, I suppose, to can like know everything about universe. It's like simple like intuition. 18. So yeah. So I have doubts about reducibility, like that you can reduce principles to like equations on one page of A4, and of course, like actually we can have that kind of equations, and but like yeah. I think we can be quite what we know, it can be quite limited view, actually. 18. Is space real or an illusion? I like all that concepts, like that maybe everything is like we can reduce everything to the two-dimensional surface of some sort, that holographic principle, or yeah, I like that kind of views. But and then space would be an illusion because it's mathematically possible. So why not? I believe what physicists are saying. What Saskind is saying about it. I'm not a mathematician. But like intuitively, as an artist, I'm making everything on 2D surface, and like I believe that we can actually pack a lot of data onto the to the surface, to the two-dimensional surface. Is space real or an illusion? Yeah, it may be. 19. What are the laws of nature? I will not give a lecture in physics because I'm not a physicist. Go to YouTube channel of Sabine Hossenfelder. For example, 20. Do humans possess the power of free will? The illusion of free will is so strong that I would say that I believe in free will, but it was determined. The joke is that it was determined. 21. What are we? Who knows? Like, it's too much to improvise about. We are whatever we want to be. 22. What does the universe? Why does the universe exist? To annoy you. To be annoying. Like, it's universe. It's ultimate pain in the ass forever for all human beings. That's dukkha. Of course, I'm joking. I'm a comedian. 21. What are we? We are simply plants, and we don't know about it. 22. Why does the universe exist? Okay. 23. What is consciousness? It's a perfect illusion. It's a brain. It's a brain in action. Nothing else. 24. Are humans free? No, we are not free. We are in among other humans, which enslave us all the time. So we are not free, but mentally, we are completely free. I mean, completely. Whatever you've got in your brain, whatever knowledge you have, you can play with that, and you can be completely free. So, yeah, consciousness can make you completely free. When you realize that having nothing, being in prison, or being totally like enslaved, you can be free in your mind. Like, when you realize that, then like, you are enlightened person. I think. Okay, I think for now I will stop, and I'll answer other questions another time. See you next time. Hi. Another live stream, another snapshot of the mind. It's 30 August 2023. We are having fun with bunch of philosophical questions from thoughtcatalog.com website, and I'll continue with that questions, even if I'll repeat myself 100 times. I don't care about it, like because like concept of the snapshot of the mind is that's actually I'm making actualization of my views even about the same subjects. So what will stay with me, it's like my essence at this very moment. It's of course it's not very serious, like philosophical endeavor. Of course, I'm answering that questions in the way which I think it's like honest, as far as I can go, like to uncover my thoughts and views. I am doing it. So yeah, sometimes questions are not very detailed and very general, so my answers will be not very like precise as well. But anyway, I finished on 24th question: Are humans free? I answered that they can be free in their mind, completely free and independent. And actually, it's not an easy task to achieve that level when you don't where you like give up some things which are let's say, how to say it, you just give up things on which you don't have any influence, and then simply you can free your mind from responsibility for some things which like are not dependent, like you've got no influence on that in general. Anyway, but I'm not saying that we should give up every goal of ours because we can't do anything about it. But I'm just saying that emotionally we can free ourselves from suffering by not being attached to all of that goals which are very often created by people around us. So you can simply create different goals, or you can get rid of all goals and just be, and then you will free yourself in a way. 25. Do humans have immaterial souls? If there is something immaterial, we can't interact with it, and simply we can't determine if it exists even. So I don't believe in any anything like soul. Even mind is for me like too detached from physical worlds, and I would prefer to refer like to like if I to refer like mind is a brain simply. It's a physical structure in action, and that's it. If you believe in anything else, you have to prove that there is a reason to think that there is something else than the material world, but nobody have this kind of proofs. So those are like pseudological efforts to keep foundation for something which is keeping going for thousands of years. I mean, religion, and this is the only source of that kind of claims, and it's simply not scientific. So we shouldn't like waste our time on the concepts which are coming from ideas only. So I am, as I said a few times, hardcore empiricist. Like empirism is like can determine like what is real, can tell us what is real, and if all we've got is words, equations, or logical strings of logical like equations, let's say, it's still not enough to say that something exists or not. Simply experiments only can show what exists, and solves that's the very simple intuition of what's going on in our heads, and it's quite mysterious because we still don't know how brain is doing that we've got first person experience, first person perspective experience, but it doesn't mean that something out of this world is involved in that process. There's no reason to think that. They think that it's the case if we've got like plenty of proofs that any kind of brain damage can like remove some very specific functions from our experience, and for me it's enough to say that whatever that's organ which we've got in our head skulls, it's the only source of what we are experiencing now. Of course, it's like embodied cognition, it's full body, and of course we need all parts of all organs, or all, whole body, but it's the only source. And of course, like our surrounding is like creating our experience as well. And maybe because of that, because our environment and our culture is so rich in symbols, in meanings, in like information, that we've got that impression that something really magical is going on, but it's not magic. It's simply in flow of information with which we can do some on which we can do some computation, and I mean specifically now in this very moment I'm talking about, like, for example, reading books, having internet, and it's so like rich experience that we can think that it's like that no machine can do it, but actually brain is a machine, and that machine, which is like digesting so much of an information, have that impression that there is some ghost in the machine, but it's unnecessary concept which is like misleading many thinkers and generally wasting time, in my opinion, wasting time of many philosophers as well. Anyway, do humans have immaterial souls? My definite answer is no. If something is immaterial, it simply doesn't exist. 26. What are numbers? Numbers. That's the trick which they used to go deeper. So numbers, I would say those are representations in our brains of like of simply amount of something, precise amount. Do numbers exist on its own? To be honest, I don't believe that. I don't believe that there is anything beside physics and beside substrate of the brain. and so I don't believe in claims that that universe is mathematical. Okay, what are numbers? So those are simply symbolical representations of simply amounts of things in our like experience. Let's say 25. Do humans have immaterial? 26. What are the numbers? 27. Is causation real or an illusion? So yeah, I mean, we can't say like everything what is going on now can be some sort of illusion, and we are in some sort of illusion as an organisms. Like we've, for example, we've got like that grand illusion of predictability of things, and in some way we can predict what is going on around us, but in a wider scheme of things, we don't have any influence. Like we don't have information about everything, so we can't predict simply everything. So that's the grand illusion, that we are very like we are sure that sun will like rise another day, and we believe that it's true even if we can't be sure, and so on. And in general, maybe causation is a illusion of some sort as well, but it's a basic of physics, of our understanding of physics, and if there is no causation, real causation, then we know nothing, absolutely nothing. Anyway, 28. Could time be cyclical? Because of entropy, I'm not sure about it, because like the measurement of like, let's say, chaos and disorder is like higher and higher. I don't know if everything can come back to its previous states. So if we will, for example, imagine the universe as a cellular automaton, it can go only in one direction, let's say. 29. What are the laws of the universe? That's physics. 4 basic forces and particles. 30. Is the self a bundle of experiences? Self, it's not only experience, but memory of experiences, and we've got rich representations. We can travel in time in our heads. We can repeat experiences, mix experiences, and so on and so on. Like self, yes, like that's our self. That's our brains in action. 31. Is space itself an entity, or is it reducible to spatial relations between objects and events? Who knows? Maybe space is like granular, like there is like basic atom of space, or there is some resolution to space, and on some very basic level it's like a matrix of some sort. Who knows? Probably not, as far as we know. And maybe it's reducible to special relations between objects and events. Who knows? I don't know. 32. Why is there something rather than nothing? I'm not going there. Not funny. It's like silly play. 33. Could there be a person who was not in time? We discussed it in previous snapshot of the mind. I mean, I discussed with myself. And my answer is no to that question, because there is nothing can escape time and physics, simply. 34. Is freedom compatible with determinism? That's a very tricky, difficult question. I mean, is there freedom if there is randomness in the world? That's the question as well. Because then simply things can be random, and you don't have influence on the other hands because of randomness. So I would say that even like its freedom is maybe possible because of determinism, like because if we can predict how things behave in a long run, we can simply manage that determinism simply. So, and I believe that that's the case, that we can do with reality more than we expect. So that freedom which we've got is because we can actually manage and like do stuff with matter, like we can take flights, we can swim, we can go like to Mars, and it's because in a huge part of our experience, like that determinism is real, so we can predict some things to some extent. So yeah, but on the quantum level, we know that there is like something which we do not understand, and we call it randomness, and we are speaking about probabilities, just probabilities. Fun philosophical questions. Possibly I've been here before on that website, but as I said, it's like I'm making it on purpose to make circles, let's say, with subjects, to like make a map for myself, actually, what I'm thinking about some subjects. And I am not a philosopher, I am a comedian or crazy artist. If if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's another question about quantum physics, actually. Because, like, theoretically, if there is no interaction, we are speaking about superposition, and it's like trees in two states: it's standing or it's or it falls. It's Schrodinger's cat, like riddle, and I just don't care. Quantum physics is like such a weird mess for me that it's happening on the like quantum level, on the very small scale, and it's not my experience, so I'm not so concerned about it. I mean, many subjects and many problems of physics are for like people which, I don't know, making Large Hadron Collider, and they are like really in touch with let's say that level of reality. So for them it matters. For us, like for us who like got only just everyday experience, it simply doesn't matter. It doesn't influence. Of course, like Michio Kaku would explain us how it influence our everyday experience, but to be honest, like I just have that intuition as well that there's something wrong with quantum physics, and it's of course like very well tested and so on, and it's really like that. We know, but it's like I think we simply are too limited to like simply see the true nature of what is going on. So we are only on that level of making estimation of probability. Is water wet? Water is just particles in interaction, and we are calling it, like, the way they interact, we are calling it wet, and the way how it's presents is like in our experience, we are calling it wet. But yeah, so water is not wet. Water is water, simply. Yeah. We are feeling that it's wet. Free. Some claim, I mean, there is something like specifically a state of matter which appears for us as a wet, but yeah. Free. Some claim money can't buy happiness, but can happiness exist without money? Money are not necessary. Like simply that's the way of exchange in our society. But it's not money which have true value. It's human interaction which brings value, actually, in this world. Money is like an abstract representation of that, but because it's abstract, so abstract and detached from reality, it's you can create artificial value, actually. So it's quite problematic if it brings happiness for real. And actually, money is like tool for manipulation, and many bad like outcomes is coming from that. 4. Which is easier? Which is easier, to love or to be loved? Loving is very easy. To be loved, there's very long lists of of actually things which you have to be loved. Of course, not by mother, not by father, not by your family, but by others from that society. That's the brutal truth. Because anyway, and of course there are people which claim that they love everyone, but it's like, really, are you so strong to love everyone? Will you give them everything they want? 5. Does the law of attraction exist? That's the bullshit story. Of course, if you are living some dream and you are doing everything to make it real, in some sense it will work, because you will be surrounded by people which are doing the same or having the same goal, but it's like social, law of attraction, as far as I remember. It's like saying that when you think about something, it will happen. But nothing is happening on its own, and you can think 100 years all your life about something, and it will never happen. You have to make some action, take some action. And it's obvious, and it's silly to believe that thinking about something will change reality. That's a fairy tale for poor people, for poor people to actually to simply make people more stupid, I suppose. I don't know why that kind of memes, religious memes, and that kind of claims, like law of attraction actually exists, what for, who created that, but it's a bullshit story actually. Just it's making people disinformed, and disinformation have some purpose, to manipulate people on a mass scale, I suppose. And it's quite weird phenomenon for me. So believe your experience, just your experience, and you'll be much wiser, I suppose. 7. Does fate exist? No, there's no such thing as fate, but there's that determinism which is working to some extent. So you can say that, I don't know, some people will behave in a particular way always, because it's imprinted in a substrate of their brain, and probably there is some kind of fate for them we can say there is some probability that they will be always behaving like that, and we can simply say that there is some probability that people will react to that person in a particular way. And so I'm just telling a story about fate in a social world. It's like karma. It's a social phenomenon, nothing else, nothing cosmic. Those are simply people which remember your actions and your behavior, and people are very reactive, and they react to very subtle clues and if there is something like, for example, which indicates some lack of respect or anything like that, it will influence behavior of other people, and we can say that it's karma. So in that's the same sense, I suppose we can say that there is some kind of fate, because we can say that some situations, some people, some like material objects always will behave in the same way, and to some extent we can predict the future in that sense, and then we can say that it's a fate. But in deeper sense, that someone can like predict your future for real, it's a bullshit story again. It's 8. Is friendship necessary for happiness? The only necessary condition to be a happy person is to have a brain. And whatever is going on, you can discover in your mind. That's part of your personality, which is like saying you that you are happy or not, and you can hack your brain to be happy. I believe that. And of course, like if you are dealing with very difficult life, it will be extremely difficult. But it's not impossible, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I believe that we are owners of our brains, and we can like, even if it's owners of our brains in that sense that we are deciding what is going on in our brain. We can decide at some point, to some extent, but like, so we are like, is friendship necessary for happiness? I suppose that we are social creatures, right? Like other animals, like elephants or monkeys or dolphins or whatever, and our natural state of like our natural functions are connected. It's connecting with other people, like to some extent. But I am like a loner, and I'm very happy, and there is no rule, I suppose. So 9. Why are drugs banned but not harmful? Food additives and alcohol. That's a very good question. I mean, I am not I'm into delegalizing everything what humans are. I mean, no, it's some mistake. But drugs are simply extreme. Drugs are. I mean, alcohol is the same, and or maybe worse than some drugs. I'm like not using drugs. I don't want to use drugs. I don't care about drugs. I'm not interested in drugs any kind. Never. Just it's a bullshit story for me. Someone wants to destroy brains of huge amounts of people, like for whatever reason, probably to control them, and that's it. With food, it's like soft soft way of killing people, actually. But I'm not into like I'm pro freedom, so people can decide about themselves, actually, and and I don't think that governments should regulate everything what is going on in our lives. It's silly. It's like treating people like kids, and it's not pro freedom. So I don't care too much. Of course, like I would love to have be sure that if I'm going to grocery, there will be healthy food. But what can I say? Like we can't regulate everything. I had that discussion recently with some friend about shoes. So in London, you can buy some shoes which are actually not wearable. You are buying some shoes and after 2 weeks, they are like you can't wear them anymore. And I thought like, okay, it's unethical actually to like take 20 pounds for someone who is working quite hard to get that 20 pounds. And with it's like cheating simply. It's but actually how you can regulate that? How can you make that quality control of every company which is on the market if that market is free? Those are very difficult problems. Then, is it ever okay to share a secret? I would say always be careful what you are saying to whom, and just as far as my experience goes, I am pretty much sure that whatever I'm saying, whatever I'm doing, it's always there's always some reaction, and you simply don't know how society. It's like a extremely sensitive system, and people are watching you all the time, and they are judging you, and it's kind of karma, and it can like hit you in a very unexpected moments. So sharing secrets, it's like and of course I'm now sharing like all my worldview to some random people, but I am lost already. I have no reputation at all, so I don't care. But some people which have something to lose actually should be very careful. As far as I like, that's my experience. So imagine that you are in a Big Brother simply, and people are watching you all the time. And of course, it's not for real Big Brother. I'm not so paranoid, but to a huge extent, that's and we are like going into like even more invigilation, more and more, and like it's difficult, and it's not like that everyone wants to help you in your life. Quite opposite, there is plenty of people which don't wish you luck simply. So it's a game. 12. Does life exist outside of our world? I mean, is it a question about extraterrestrial life? I believe that there is some life there out there, but so far we don't have any access to that. So, does luck exist? I don't believe in luck. One day you've got luck, another day you've got nothing. 14. Does artificial intelligence have the ability to take over the planet one day? It's it's some possibility, of course, but long way there, long way. I would be more like afraid of people, actually. So, for example, we can easily imagine that owners of huge corporations at some point have army of robots, and they don't want you anymore on that planet. You working class fellow, you are nothing to them. You are like taking space, taking air, taking resources. So they are keeping only, for example, because we can imagine those will be men. They are keeping only the prettiest girls there, and they want to keep them for themselves. And the rest of men, which are not owning so much, they've got no tanks, no robots, no nothing. They are just simply meat which should be destroyed, and it's like it's already happening to some extent. There are kings, and the rest is nothing. Like there's plenty of artworks connected to that. So we don't need artificial intelligence to take over the planet. We've got people which already like governing everything. So it's like maybe I will not go there. It's like a sensitive topic. But there are people which are eliminated from society without like any major reason, and they will not experience many pleasures of this world because some people decided that it will be like that. It's not justice of any sort of, but it's happening on everyday basis. 15. Are clowns funny or scary? There are different kind of clowns out there. 16. Why do we drive on parkways and park on driveways? Who cares? 17. Why are they called apartments if they are so close together? Who cares? 18. Can animals think and have reason? Yes. Simple. Especially birds are very smart. And some animals are self-aware, and they simply know that they are alive and they are fully conscious, I suppose. Why does your nose run and your feet smell? Who cares? Why is it called a building if it's already been built? 21. Can vegetables feel pain? Can vegetarian eat animal crackers? What hair color is listed on the driver's license of a bald man? Why aren't cheese and meat slices made the same shape as bread? That's a good question, actually. Yeah. At least it should be. Yeah, it should be more practical, for sure. Why do women open their mouths to put on mascara? What? Why don't they have seatbelts on buses, but they do on airplanes? Yeah, that's absurd. Why are pizza boxes square when pizzas are round? Because it's easier to make it like that. At what age can you consider someone elderly? When they are not active. do our pets have names for us? Yeah, and those are bad, silly names. How can you tell what a room full of mirrors looks like when nobody is in it? It's like the same Schrodinger's cat. How can you tell what a room it was there 31. Does expecting the unexpected make the unexpected the expected? In some way, yes. Every day, at every moment, everything can collapse. And we should be prepared for that. Let's see how long I am here. I just don't know. Let's see. Okay. Who puts the alphabet in alphabetical order? Ancient creatures, 500,000 years ago. Of course, I'm joking. If two mind readers read each other's minds, whose minds are they really reading? I believe that connection of mind, and it's like we are already there, that we can create connections of real connections, like brain to brain interfaces. And I believe that at some point, like it's actually connection can be so strong that it's a one mind. Because like brains are experiencing worlds pretty much in pretty much the same way. That's why like communication is possible to that extent. And even if you are saying some words, the same parts of brain are active in different people. And like in a general way, like generally like connections between areas in the brain are pretty much the same. Of course, there are individual differences, but they are not so huge that we can't communicate actually and understand each other. Empathy is possible. So if brains would be connected, it will be one mind actually after some time, I believe. It's like connecting neurons. Is there a synonym for synonym? I don't know. Maybe there is. Who cares? If your shirt isn't tucked into your pants. Okay, those are silly and more silly questions. About which I don't care. So until question 47, there's plenty of questions about which I don't care. Of course, if I would be more creative, I would be able to make something out of it, but I am not as creative. So all that fun philosophical questions, it's going to the bin for me. And do I have energy for next part? I don't know. So yeah, because another part, it's epistemology inspired philosophic questions, and this is the most interesting part for me. Another, but it's like, that's why maybe I'll skip that. Deep philosophical questions, that's the next part, and that's it. But it's like for another day, I think. So what is going on with my art? I can say nobody cares, but I would say anyway. So yeah, I mean, you see what I'm doing. Like, now I'm sketching a lot. Now I'm during the process of producing something bigger. As usually, if I've got opportunity to make something bigger, I'm trying to make it. And every day I'm just trying to make on my art like better and better, and it's never changing. Trying to find galleries to cooperation, and any kind of job in art world. Now I'm working the picture frame as a picture framer, and it works for me quite well because there's plenty of materials which I can use, which is like quite amazing. But if you know someone who can give me a job as a like someone who is like the best would be like job as an artist, which is who is representing like represented by a gallery. That would be awesome, because like gallery, they can take care, or some kind of manager can take care about like things which I don't want to deal with, like the whole social media experience is like, I feel I am forced to do it because I would prefer to make artworks on everyday basis. And of course, like, I can say that social media is part of my art practice, but it would be easier if someone would help me with that. I would love to like release some album with my artworks. That would be perfect. So far in my life, I made thousands of drawings, hundreds at least. Like, no, hundreds I'm making yearly, but on every year, but thousands in my life, I suppose. And seeing album with all of that would be quite nice. Making exhibition would be awesome. Actually, I will have exhibition in February. So it's a few months left to prepare myself. Yeah, I've got quite good location, good place to exhibit. So I'm very happy with that, but it's still not a gallery, like proper gallery, like so like cultural, like city cultural space, let's say, but not a gallery, let's say, whatever. So yeah, so I'm keep going with that. I'm making documentation of the process, of course, like now I'm sometimes making it as a first person perspective, like you can see the whole process of making my artworks. Plenty of them I'm making a very short period of time, like I've got only half hour or whatever, and then I'm trying to do my best, but those are like improvised drawings, so you can't expect anything spectacular. I can say as well, I'm making bigger projects, which are not like it's not that they are very representative as well, because sometimes I'm making big artworks having no materials, like not enough paints, and yeah, lack of like, if I've got like low quality canvas, I will not use some better paints there, and like I'm using like paints which I bought a few years ago actually, so I've got no all of colors, I've got not a full palette, and it simply can't be like the best what I can do. So yeah, anyway, so I'm completely independent artist. I'm not supported by anyone. All is coming from my own effort. So sometimes results are pretty much amateur. But it's not that I don't know how to make it better. Yeah. Anyway. See you next time. Yeah. That was a long video anyway. Hi everyone. Let's do it again. Let's make a fool out of me. It's very simple because I am a fool. I am just a clown. Clown which is having fun all the time. Who is having fun? Who? Anyway, so we had some questions from the website thoughtcatalog.com, philosophical questions, and we had some fun questions. That was last one, I think. So I'll skip that, and I'll be fighting with epistemology inspired philosophy questions. That's the name of that category on thoughtscatalog.com website. And there's a first question. First question is, what is knowledge? What is knowledge? I would say knowledge is something about you can be certain that it's like that. That it's really true answer to some question, and if you simply know that answer, then you've got knowledge. And there is something to know about, like outside of our heads actually. And yeah, we are able to get some knowledge out of experience, but it's not such a deep knowledge as you would think. I suppose we are like intuitive creatures, and we are not like computers which are collecting big data, which can like we are not machines which can like reason very well, and there's always a problem with any investigation which is based only on pure data, when it comes to humans, let's say, because our brains are like not perfect. We can't remember so many things. We can't process complex informations. So knowledge, I mean, for me, pure knowledge, it's like anything about what we can know about reality based on experiments, let's say, and based on that we can create algorithms to like achieve something in the real world. But the more steps of algorithm is there, it's the more detached from true understanding, I would say, because it's too complex to comprehend like intuitively and in a fast to understand something very fast. It's like you can have a bunch of equations which are describing physics of this world, but if you are if you are starting to using them, actually you can easily lose track of what is going on, and then you are like a machine which is just like working according to algorithm, and simply, of course, you can have some results, but it's not like a simple understanding, like when someone is telling you some sentence and you simply perfectly know what it means. I think it's different kind of understanding. So it's like probably there is some distinctions, philosophical distinction between this kind of knowledge and knowledge about which I'm talking about. Like, so knowledge is simply true answers to some questions. I would say it's proper like description of reality which can be tested by experiments, and that's it. Certain things like that you can know it for sure. Yeah, so how do we acquire knowledge? As I said, like for me, pure knowledge is like truth. So we acquire knowledge. Of course, we can go to school and simply hear the story about some subjects, and of course, it's a way of acquiring knowledge. But like real knowledge, it's a practice as well, in my opinion, when you are simply doing something on your own. So I would say that we are acquiring knowledge by experience mainly. But of course it's like a difficult subject, long many like books you can write about it, I suppose. What is the structure of knowledge? Structure of knowledge in human case, it's like structure of knowledge. That's a weird question. The structure of knowledge says it's a language. It's pure information. Let's say. Okay, let's say it's a information. That's the structure of knowledge. 4. Are there limits to the amount of knowledge we can acquire? Possibly. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, if knowledge requires, like, if knowledge is coupled, always should be coupled, probably, with understanding. And then, of course, yes, we've got huge limits to what we can understand and what kind of knowledge we can acquire. What justifies justified true belief? I mean, experiment is always like, if I understand correctly that question, what kind of true belief? What is the true belief? I would say it's simply based on yeah, it's based on experiments, and the best the best option is simply replication of experiments. And if we can replicate many times the same experiments, I would say, okay, yes, we can be certain that that's the case and that's the truth answer to our question. And we've got true belief, actually. Yeah, but the human mind is like, there's a lot of dealing with probability, and we are actually not we don't know many things for certain, so we are usually guessing, and we don't have like a simple path to the true answer. So we have to guess, we have to experiment, we have to try and fail. 6. What are the necessary and sufficient condition of knowledge? I mean, to have a brain, first of all, and like, actually, if you've got brain which is properly functioning, in the process of, like, in your lifetime, you acquire knowledge no matter what, because that's how brains are working. Those are machines to acquire knowledge, to digest information, and to create new knowledge. So you need a human being. In our case, like, we just imagine this kind of knowledge, like, but we can share that kind of knowledge, which is acquired by other humans. But of course, like, elephants will have their own knowledge. Some monkeys and other species, they've got their own umvert, and they've got their own knowledge and way, and like their necessary and sufficient conditions of knowledge. I mean, knowledge can be in books as well, of course. But let's say I would couple knowledge with understanding. Always, I suppose it's that's something which can be used. Cannot true belief be unjustified? If you like, if it's based only on logic or math, you can say, like, it will work in real life, because, like, you simply don't know until you make an experiment, because logic is based on your knowledge, and you can have always insufficient information to insufficient amount of information. So you can have truth on paper, but you don't have truth in reality, I would say. So that can be the case. Is justification internal of or external to one's own mind? I mean, if we want to determine what is true, we can't rely only on our logic or our let's say mental experiments. I think so. It's external. Mind doesn't have anything to do with truth in that sense that truth is determined by reality outside us, like outside our heads. So, and of course, minds are part of the reality, but it's experiment which is uncovering the true nature of reality. I think it's the case. 9. What do people truly know? Most of us, I mean, we don't know too much. Even if we think we know, like we are not using that knowledge. So I think people are living in a virtual reality of they very often just false beliefs, and that's very often the case, I think. So we are like full of illusions about outside reality, and that's why physics is so difficult, because we have to forget about what we believe in and give up it, and give up all of that kind of visions which are like simply incomplete at least. What do people truly know? Once again, I'm repeating the questions because I'm forgetting actually what was the question. What do people truly know? Yeah, I mean, whatever you can do actually yourself, that's I would say that's the true knowledge. And as we know, we can't do too much with reality around us. 10. How do we understand the justification process? How do we understand the justification process? Unfortunately, when it comes to justification process, everyone has different opinion about how to justify true valuable conviction, like true valuable belief, and that's why social life is so difficult. If we would all agree on one way of justifying, like justifying views and beliefs and knowledge, then everything would be easy. So how do we understand the justification? So for me, justification process is like we can determine by experiment if our theory is correct or not, if our hypothesis is correct or not, and yeah, by few experiments, we can say that something is working in some specific way or not. 11. What distinguishes knowledge from mere belief? Yeah, as I said, like mere belief, it's simply whatever is not tested by experiments. And so if it's tested by experiment, then we can say that that's the knowledge. But if it's not tested, we can say just about beliefs. 12. What can be known with certainty? Actually, yeah, I'm on that side that, of course, like knowledge should be built on induction process. Let's say we are making experiments. We say that A is true. We are making another experiment. We are saying B is true. We can see by bunch of experiments that A plus B equals C. So if there is A and B, we can be sure that we can reason that the C will appear at some point, but we can't know for sure that next experiment will repeat, that result will appear again in the same way. That's the tricky thing about reality, because we simply don't know everything. So we don't know every factors. So if there's A and B, we can like we can discover at some point that there's like D and F, which are like influencing the process about which we are making some reasoning. So there are unknowns. So we can't be certain of anything, actually. I mean, of course, like we can say that there are particles, but we simply don't really understand, for example, what particles are. We are still discovering like new subparticles, and yeah, anyway, yeah, I mean, if something is repeating thousands of times, we can say, yeah, that's certain. But we can say that it's like high probability that it will appear 1000 first time, but we can say like 100%, 99.9% of certainty. 13. And of course, like common sense is like that. Actually, if we would not be able to determine what is real, we would be not able to live normal life, because like every day it's like repetition, and it's pretty much the same as previous one, fortunately. So 14th question: what can we know by reasoning alone? That's the tricky one for me, because I am not such a huge fan of pure reasoning. Simply, I'm not like a riddle enthusiast, let's say. Never been like I am just more intuitive type myself. So yeah, but actually pure reasoning, like logic and planning and so on, it's quite effective in our case, because our models of reality are quite complex, and that's the nature of our brains, that we are creating quite complex like models of outside world. So we can reason about many things. I suppose that the most difficult is to reason about other people, It's not impossible, but simply people are not so well. We can't so easily predict people, the behavior of people as we can predict. I don't know, behavior of large objects. I think large objects which are not which don't have any intentions, for example, or beliefs. That's like another layer of many layers of complexity when it comes to predicting human behavior. 15. What can we know by sensory experience? That's the tricky one as well. Because like even if we've got some sensory experience, we also reason about that sensory experience. So what can we know about sensory experience? How to answer that question? That's a difficult one, actually. What can we know about sensory experience? That it's for sure like that's the only thing actually which we can be certain about. Like if you feel pain, if someone is someone is cutting your finger, for example, it's like you know it's like straight away, and you are taking away that finger, and simply let's say, what can we know about sensory experience? So I mean, everything what we know is based on sensory experience. All knowledge which you are acquired during the lifetime, it's like based on sensory experiences. So yeah, I mean, all what we know is based on sensory experience, and it's like more and more complex. We are creating in our minds, I suppose, more and more complex representations of outside reality and inner reality, and it's like fractal like structures, I suppose, in both like cases when you are simulating outside world, and if you are playing with imagination, it's like those are words which are like mathematical words which are functioning according to some basic laws which you know or remember, or which you are creating, and actually they are like mathematical words simply. I think like Stephen Wolfram would call it like Rooleads, I suppose, or we can say like it's a maybe fractal or cellular automaton of some sort. I would think, because if we can imagine it as a function of a brain, those are some networks in action simply. So that's the like our private experience as a self, but it's the whole like model of reality is based on sensory experience. Yeah, but it's like big data, because we are consuming more and more information, and during lifetime actually it's a huge amount of information. Okay, wow, it was like, okay, just 15 questions, and I liked that questions, simple and inspiring. And another 106 questions. Those are deep philosophical questions, which possibly I answered before. Possibly. I could do it like few months ago or few even years ago, because I started Snapshot of the Mind, making that videos like maybe 2 years ago, and I visited a lot of that kind of websites with questions, so I probably answered many of them. Anyway, I'm making like a documentation of my worldview, which is not like extremely serious, as I am not a philosopher. I am just a free thinker, let's say. Deep philosophical questions from thoughtscatalog.com. How can you distinguish art from something that isn't art? Oh. Funny thing is that I'm not so interested in that kind of question, because in my opinion it's extremely subjective, and I don't think we need a universal definition of arts, because art is complete freedom for me, like absolute freedom. You are simply creating your own world, where you are playing your own rules. You've got your own rules, and you can do whatever you want in arts, and you can illustrate it with simple picture. You've got like A4 size paper before your eyes, and you're doing whatever you want there, and whatever you will do there, it will be a form of art. But it's like I'm not obsessed with calling anything arts. I'm like very, like, for me everyone is an artist and everyone can do art. So whatever act of creation, like on paper or canvas, or like as a 3D sculpture, whatever you do in that way, if it will be animation or whatever story will you want to tell, or whatever form you create, it's an act of creation. The probability that precisely something like that existed before is low, but probability that something quite similar exists before is quite high. My personal like very rough definition of arts is to create something original which never existed before, which is like almost impossible, just even like we can say that it's a mathematical problem in some way, but everyone have like different like definition, because some people will always connect form to meanings, and if there is no deep meaning, then there is no art for them. For me, pure form is a value on its own, and it has some meaning in that sense that is describing the way you are thinking, and this is the aesthetical choice which you are making, and that aesthetical choice which you are making is describing the algorithm which you are using for thinking, and it's defining you as an artist. That's the definition of you. So whatever clothes you are, trousers you are wearing, whatever haircuts you have. That's like that's your description of you as a person, and that's art as well. So your choices are the arts as well for me. So I'm like extreme individualist. I think everyone should do whatever they want with their arts and their clothes. Like when it comes to wearing something, I mean, it's simply complete freedom. I mean that doesn't influence anyone in a negative way. You can of course say that's maybe waste of time sometimes or whatever like that, but actually there's no like bigger harm in that kind of freedom. And I think that kind of freedom of expression is always leading people to more flexibility, more imagination, and in consequence more like intelligence in their life, because they can creatively seek for solutions to their problems or everyday problems. So arts you can treat as a pure play of imagination and pure fun, but as every game and every fun, like it has some purpose, and that purpose is like to prepare you to for everyday struggle and everyday problems and so on. So I didn't answer actually that question. How can you distinguish art from something that isn't art? I would say whatever is mechanical and repetitive, whatever is simple to do, whatever is like if I see 100 millions the same like representations of the same flower, I am simply sick of it, and it's not art for me. But if you as an artist, you are doing that representation, like you are depicting that flower in a very specific and unusual way, and then you are simply creating something new, you are creating new value, and you are an artist. But it's not that I'm saying that someone who is repeating himself, like, he's not an artist for real. Like, it's not simply my type of artist, but it can be someone else type of artist. Like, I don't like many of mainstream artists. I just this is not my aesthetics. But would I say that they are not artists? I am saying that they are artists. They are making art, but not art which is interesting me personally. It's like with comedy. There are comedians which are telling jokes which are not funny for you. Like, I am a comedian, and now I'm telling jokes, but you are not laughing. Two, would you kill one person you love to save 100 strangers? Would you kill 100 strangers to save one person you love? I think that asking that kind of questions is unethical. We shouldn't like put people in that kind of situation to choose anything like that. It would be killing is immoral, simply. Making people like provoking people to make declarations when it comes to that kind of situations is unethical, because simply you don't know how you'll behave in a situation when you can lose your life, or someone of your loved ones can be in that kind of situations. And actually you can't simply predict how you will behave. You can declare, it's like with religion, you can make a declaration, but it doesn't mean anything. Like everyday life will be completely different than when whatever you say. So there can be like officially saint person which is saying like plenty of beautiful, meaningful, that person can have give like plenty of meaningful and beautiful speeches or lectures, but in practice it can look quite different. It's simply human nature that we are like creating images, and it's not that people want to lie all the time. They simply don't know and don't understand themselves. That's why they can to declare and declare one thing, but they can act in a different way. But even like virtual situation of this kind, would you kill one person you love to save 100 strangers? Would you kill 100 strangers to save one person you love? It's like that kind of virtual situation is cruel by on its own. Like I just don't do it. I would not. I don't want to answer that question because there's no. Of course, like there's no good way of make to make a solution and to make a choice. I think, and of course there are schools of ethics like and simply there will be some philosophers who will give like definite answers. But I would say it's not a game I want to play, and nobody should be forced to play that game because it's a dirty game. It's like virtual situation which will put you in a situation where you'll be judged because you like answered in some way. And it's like moral judgment is the worst kind of judgment in which you can like face in your life. But of course, like it's like with self-driving cars, we have to answer definitely some ethical questions when we are implementing some program which have to solve that kind of problems. But the problem with programs which are not having feelings, it's easier because then it's pure mathematics and there's no feelings involved. But love is the strongest emotion you can have, and then answering that question can look simply unethical from mathematical, let's say, point of view. But actually that person will be not unethical if that person loves someone very much. Like you would say, love is the most noble feeling you can have. So okay, yeah. 3. Is it better to have loved and lost? Is it better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all? I mean, once again, is it better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all? I would say the more experiences you've got, the better. That's my experience. That's simply it's more interesting life, and you understand more. So actually, if you simply lose love, it's like building you, and you are a better, wiser human being. Like and then that's it. For if you were to die tomorrow, what would you do today? Again, like, it's that kind of question. I answered that kind of questions for sure before. I would probably not do much, like anything special. Are emotions rational or irrational? Emotions can be very rational. Like, for example, fear can be rational in some situations, and because there is real danger in the outside world. But like but of course, like we don't need to rely on our emotions. Those days we can have time to process information, actually, because we are living in a safe environment of like cities and social lives. Life is like anyway. 6. Is there such a thing as an ideal government? Ideal government would be like artificial intelligence, which can make decisions which are more wise than any human decision. But because governments, those are people, and because people are biased, emotional, and irrational by nature, there's no ideal government. That's it, and it makes me an anarchist, simply. So it's not that I am like not respecting law, for example, but I just think that people should think on their own and decide on their own about specific situations in their life. 7. Is there a cause for every event? Theoretically, yes. Yes. Theoretically, like, it's functioning like that. 8. Is love different from lust? Love is something which will stay even if lust is not there anymore. But we are like machines. We are like chemical, let's say, influenced by chemicals, hormones. We are, yeah. So those are strongly connected. Lust and love. Okay. 9. Does democracy function well for every country? Democracy can function well only when people are well informed and when they know precisely what is going on. But so free speech and as many medias as possible, it's like those are conditions where democracy can function well. So wherever like there is propaganda and lies in a public sphere, like radio allowed like Mr. Hitler to achieve such an extent of popularity of his idiotic ideas. That's where democracy can't function, because if it's starting to be like a sick religion, so democracy is like simply not perfect, because not anyone is able to judge as well what is going on. So like if there is like if there is no misinformation, I would say democracy can work quite well. It was 9th question. So yeah, every country where it's propaganda, it's not a democracy as well, actually. 10. How much freedom should people be permitted to have? I mean, I am pro absolute freedom, but without killing any other people. Or just simple as that. If someone, that's 11th question. If someone commits suicide while you watch and don't interfere, if someone commits suicide while you watch and don't interfere, are you responsible for that death? I am like I would not. Of course, it would be horrible and shouldn't happen. If you can interfere, just do it. But I'm like a relativist, and it depends on the situation. Simply, there are people which are suffering all their life, and actually, the only solution for them is maybe to just escape to another like dimension, let's say, and just in that kind of situation like that, like for example, people which are paralyzed, completely paralyzed, and then they can't do anything in their life, and I don't know, just of course I think mind is the only condition to be free, and if your brain is functioning like quite well, you can be free and happy, and I believe that everyone can achieve that. So in that sense, I am against any kind of suicides, but situations are much more complex and difficult than we can imagine. So yeah, but yeah, I because we are like so emotional, and those emotions are simply not connected to reasoning so much. Someone can make a decision based on emotions, and actually, can you blame them for that? I'm not sure if we should. So my answer is I don't know, actually. 12. Is torture ever justified? It's again a relativistic story. of course, no. That's the first answer, but of course, like there are evil people which can have some valuable informations which can save someone's life. So maybe there are some situations where torture, like of some sort, would help to save some life, and then it would be very maybe like maybe then it would be justified. But again, like I am not like I don't like to have to give any definite answers in that kind of on that kind of. So no, first like intuition is no, but of course, like again, life is very complex. Like if for example the only person in the world know how to where is a red button which will fire all nuclear weapons in the world, and it can destroy the world. So there's just one person which can know that, but that person doesn't want to tell us that. And what we can do with that person, actually, to convince that person that we should have that information. And so on, that kind of hypothetical situations. So 13, is murder ever justified? No. 14, which is more important, justice or mercy? Deeper and deeper. Okay, so that was, I am more and more tired. The more difficult questions, I'm more and more tired, and I'm more and more sleepy. It's like consuming so much energy. 14th question. Which is more important, justice or mercy? Just I need mercy, and I've got mercy for myself, and I will stop on this point answering that questions. Okay, thank you. And okay, 14th question. It was pleasure. I will come back to that. I don't know how long I am here. Probably something like around 40 minutes, I suppose. It was crazy. And it was interesting. Have a nice evening, people. Hello, funny, gorgeous people. I've got spare half hour, let's say 45 minutes. So I decided to go live, and I will explore what ChatGPT can do for me, and I've got just that idea because I've got that time, and I decided that I'll ask ChatGPT to ask me some talk show like questions. So I'm asking ChatGPT, can you ask me some talk show like questions? Please generate 30 questions of this kind. And here it is. Certainly, here are 30 talk show-like questions. If you could have dinner with any historical figure, who would it be and why? There's plenty of that kind of artist for sure, but because I'm huge fan of freaks and loners and inventive, creative people, I would choose Isaac Newton. I am huge fan of that character. He was simply different in many ways, and I simply like his history of his life. He was brilliant, and yeah, he was brilliant to that extent that I would probably still struggle to understand everything what he done actually, like in detail. Yeah. Anyway, so first, like real like physicist, and I would love to had that impression and feeling how his mental processes were like functioning, how he was coming up with ideas. And he was a loner, of course, introvert, and maybe autistic or madman of some sort. So it would be difficult to talk with him. But actually, if he would answer some questions, how his process looked like when it comes to finding out like the basic rules, how nature is functioning like around him, it would be extremely interesting to know how actually he like came up with all of that ideas. So Isaac Newton, it's a hero for me. Although he was like probably some difficult man, and he was a like loner to that extent that he haven't had too many friends and so on, like if friends at all. So, and he was very strict person, and that's not my cup of tea. But anyway, Isaac Newton fascinates me. Like, but other like people, it's like I don't know, Leonardo da Vinci, like Rembrandt. Who else? Let's see. Van Gogh. Who else? Gaudi. Picasso. Oh, for sure, Picasso. Yeah, plenty of that kind of inspirational people. Second question. What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done? Adventurous thing. When I was like, how old were I? Like, what was I? Like, it was like, I've been 10 years old, maybe 9, 10. We went with my father for 3 days, like in the mountains, like but like sleeping under the stones and like just walking around like not very high mountains, and it was like wild. It was like survival, and it was like a very nice experience actually, and quite adventurous, I would say. Not too many people is like doing it these days, even like sleeping in sleeping bags, just like in a random places. So it was great. Yeah, it was quite adventurous, I would say. 3. If you had a theme song for your life, what would it be? If you had a theme song for your life, what would it be? I don't know really. I'm not such a like musical person. I love music, of course, like but if I would choose music, like the best moments of my life, those are like associated with Beastie Boys, for example, and like there's that album of their album, like they sound from Way Out, where there is only music, and this is like the like synonym of chill out for me. So yeah, that's awesome album. There is a Polish band Homo Twist as well, and Polish artist Maciej Maleńczuk, who's like always was like an underground rock star, quite crazy person, and he had like great music and great lyrics, which like I enjoy to these days. So there was that album Homo Twist, all that sex or something like yeah, we can translate it like that, all that sex. And it's one of the greatest albums ever, and it's like Homo Twist made my teenage years, and that's that energy of Homo Twist. Yeah, it's like that bands like Queens of the Stone Age as well, or Rage Against the Machine, and those are like something from them actually. So what's the best piece of advice you've ever received? I answer some kind of questions of this sort, and there is no one particular piece of advice. I would say, like, if I would advise anyone anything, I would advise them to meditate. And actually, the best like outcomes, psychological outcomes I had after simply starting meditating, to meditate on everyday basis, like because I realized like potential of my mind to be calm, and it was like discovery for me, because my mind was always in some kind of neurotic, I don't know how to call it, chaos. So when I discovered that I've got that potential to be really calm and here and now, and without overthinking anything. It simply changed my life for the better, because like if you like find a way to come back to that state of mind, everything will become easier, because like stresses of everyday life are quite overwhelming, and if you will not find a way to find that peace of mind, it will be a struggle all the time. Okay, let's go with another question. If you could switch lives with someone for a day, who would it be and why? No, I will not answer that question. 6. What's your guilty pleasure, movie or TV show? I've got no that kind of guilty pleasures. I am quite organized person, and I simply I am like, I've got always schedule of what I'll be doing, because I struggle with time, and like my main identity is to be an artist, and I have got some everyday job and responsibilities, so I have to be strict with myself to find time to make art, because people are cruel and they will not allow you to do what you love, because it's about money. You can make art when you've got money. Crazy. Okay, so I've got no guilty pleasures. My guilty pleasure. No. Anyway, if you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 things would you want with you? I am like a piece of paper and pencil, and maybe some tool, and I mean piece of paper, sketchbook, to plan what you can do with that amazing tool, like axe or knife or whatever. Okay. 8. What's the most challenging aspect of your job, and how do you overcome it? That's an interesting question. The most challenging part of my job is to be precise and patient, I would say, and it's not easy to achieve, actually. So it's always like, because in the process of making artwork, there many things can happen, like random things. You can easily damage that artwork, and it can go wrong. And of course, there is no such thing as mistake in artworks, but you've got always some vision which you would want to like present, like in a way you thought you will present it. So of course it doesn't have to be perfect, but still you have to be precise to some extent, and it's always about that resolution, which will satisfy me. So it's always like process. In order to be satisfied, I need quite a lot of time because I'm always having high standards. So I'm making improvised drawings, but improvisation is not my favorite thing. So I like to work a long time with a piece of painting. What's the most challenging aspect? Okay. 9. If you could master any skill instantly, what would it be? I would love to be good at math, and I'm horrible at math. That's why. Because it will be a key to some of my passions. And skill to remember stuff, things like better. So those are my weak points, I would say, and I am not afraid to say it. So yeah. What's the most surprising thing you've learned about yourself in the past year? I am always surprised how resistant I am to challenges of my everyday life. I've learned some stuff which I simply struggled to do in like first attempts. Like, yeah. Anyway, what else? What's surprising thing you've learned about yourself in the past year? I'm quite old, so I'm not so surprised by myself anymore. Yeah, and I believe in myself in general, so yeah, I am in London 5 years, and it's quite a challenge for me because of many kind of barriers, but economical or language. But I'm simply always surprised that I can overcome all that problems. If you could time travel, which area would you visit and why? Time travel. Just so there is a few areas, like it would be nice to be like in, for example, Italy in the Renaissance era. If you could like work like Renaissance master, that would be quite cool. But I like 19th century or like 1920s in somewhere in Europe, like Paris or Berlin. That was like era of amazing art as well. Or 1970s in America as well. It would be cool. What's the craziest goal on your bucket list? Craziest goal? I've got like art plans, which are like art on its own is crazy, that she wants to do it. And like I've got artworks to do. That's my bucket list. I want to grow. I want to let art consume my life. That's the plan. 13. If your life was a book, what would its title be? So I'm going to write autobiography at some point. That's my plan. Or I mean, I don't know if it will happen, but I've got blog, lookratz.com, and actually there is a part which is called The Discreet Freedom of a Trickster, and that's the potential title of my autobiography. And probably I will do it. I mean, I'm writing journals and something like I'm always writing something, and simply and it's like autobiographical, and that will be my book about myself. It will be terribly boring, but yeah, I mean, I'm like I'm obsessively documenting my life, even if nothing is going on in that life. 14. What's the most meaningful compliment you've ever received? Meaningful compliment. I'm not receiving, like, since I am single and I am for many years single, I haven't heard anything kind and nice actually from no one, and that's the reality of my life. Sometimes people are nice, like, but it's like just because of politeness, nothing like very psychologically deep, I would say. 15. If you could have any animal as a pet, mythical or real, what would it be? As a pet. Mythical or real? I mean, I like monkeys, so it would be cool to have one. And of course there are problems with monkeys. Yeah, monkey, some kind of monkey. What's the most important lesson you've learned from a failure? I mean, I said it a few times, I think, here. If you are like exposed and you are in public, you have to be extremely careful of how you are perceived, because if you are forgetting about that people are around you, you can say something which you regret, and you can realize that people can interpret your behavior completely differently than you would expect that they can interpret it. So it's like, I'm not saying that you have to be extremely like paranoid, but just be careful. Be mindful. Be here and now, and be careful what you are saying. If you you realize how important it is, that whole that process of communication, and how much like depends on that, you'd be more and more careful with words, with behavior, and so on. So you don't know with what kind of sensitivity you are dealing with when you are dealing with people, and it can blow your mind how people can interpret you and your behavior. So just that's why I probably like being a celebrity. It's a nightmare simply, of some sort, because people just don't get it. What's the most important lesson you've learned from failure? So I made some mistakes, like in my life when it comes to communication, I would say. I am like autistic or whatever, schizo, whatever. I'm weird, and I had many failures, and I will have many failures for sure. If you could have a superpower, what would it be, and how would you use it? Like invisibility. It's always attractive for me to like be allowed to see something which I'm not allowed to see. What's your favorite way to unwind after a stressful day? Meditation, making art, reading. 19. If you could meet your younger self, what advice would you give? Don't trust people so easily. That's the one thing. And another thing which I would say, it would be care about your health. Deeply care about your health. Because if you are physically healthy, then all your life is much easier. So two advices to my younger self. I was drinking a lot, smoking a lot, and I actually felt horrible. One of the reasons why I felt bad, it was because I had bad habits, which easily stick to me. Like it was extremely easy to be entertained by pint of beer, and it was like stupid. Like anyway, 20. What's a hobby or activity you've always wanted to try but haven't yet? Hobby or activity? There's plenty of that kind of. Those are like connected to science in some way, because I just want to know more about some subjects. But like maybe, okay, hobby or activity. Maybe I would love to be a better photographer. If I would have like opportunity to make photos, filmmaking as well. Anyway, if you could spend a day in someone else's shoes, who would it be? I don't know, like it's like, but having the same skills, for example, like that would be fun. But anyway, doesn't interest me, that question, so much. What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone starting their career? If you are starting your career, just be patient. Like, don't give up easily your goals and dreams and so on. 23. If you were hosting a dinner party and could invite 3 people, living or dead, who would they be? Yeah, I mean, party. That's some girls. We need some girls there. So I don't know. Let's forget it because I will be thinking too long. What's the most heartwarming thing you've witnessed recently? What's the most heartwarming thing you've witnessed recently? I don't know. If you could have a conversation with any fictional character, who would it be? We've been here, like, in the same set of okay, no, it's fictional character. I don't know so many like characters actually. Winnie the Pooh. What's the most valuable lesson you've learned from a mentor? I've got like some people whose books I'm reading, like yeah, again, it would be like some Zen masters, masters of meditation, like Buddhist masters. I've learned the most like from them. And it's like, of course, I'm not a religious person or anything like that, but there is something in meditation, I would say. Like, that's my personal experience. So there's plenty of like everything what is a description of meditation and techniques of meditation. It's like really working for me. It's like subjective, of course, and they are trying to construct some experiments which would show how or if like meditation works, but they can't like grasp like a proof, like there is no proof that it's working, but it's I think like it will be always on the edge between like real practice and real brain change and religion, and like it will be like you'll not know if you simply believe that it will that it helps you, and like so it will be like a placebo. But it's about like some mental tricks, let's say, to actually find a way of dealing with your own mind. And I think that that's tools in some Buddhist practices. I think like I just wrote that on my recent post in Facebook, that fuck Freud forever. And it's like, because I think like thinking and logic can solve only some sort of problems, but dealing with mind, it's a little bit different thing. And I think like that overthinking stuff doesn't work, and simply like standard psychotherapy can be harmful in that sense that it makes you like ruminate and simply makes you feel think too much about your emotions, like for example, or some past events. And it's like even neuroscience is saying like neurons which fires together wires together. So the more you talk about like your past, the more you're stuck in the past, in my opinion. So that's why I like future studies, science fiction and futurology, because it keeps you going. And it's the same with arts. It's that mindset of growth, and like if you want to overthink something, just overthink your future eventually. But I think if you want to use that knowledge, that neurons which fires together wires together, then you should start meditating to like simply make that groups of neurons responsible for being calm to wire together. Like so you have to like enforce that calmness, and that's the main like goal which you have to have, like if you want to deal with your problems. And like that's the easiest way. It's not escapism, it's not about like not dealing with problems, but it's a method of dealing with problems from the very safe place, when you can calm down, and then you can simply deal with your problems better when you simply you are emotionally stable. 27. If you could have any job for a day, what would it be? I don't care. I don't want to have a job. The only job I want to have is to be an artist, and that's it. 27. If you could have 28. What's the most inspiring place you've ever visited? Inspiring. Inspiring place. Once my friend took me for a walk to old factory, abandoned factory, and it was like from movie about apocalypse, and it was like it was scary but lovely at the same time. And she actually made a photo session with me, very, very talented photographer, Agata Gorządek. Anyway, that was like interesting experience, and it was like inspiring place, I would say. If you had a time machine, would you go to the past or the future, and why? I'm more interested in the future, although I'm not sure if the future of humanity is extremely bright. It can be taking for consideration what is going on now. When it comes to wars, for example, it's complete insanity. So it can be very weird future. Of course, like, I'm not demonizing that conflicts, but wars are always there almost. So maybe it will be not so bad. What's your favorite way? It's the last question. What's your favorite way to give back to your community? I just I'm like, I think, empathetic person, but like, I've got my own problems, and many people have their own problems, and I think the most basic thing is to just don't be an asshole, and that's the simplest thing you can do. And just that's the the most social behavior you can have, to simply do the best you can, because, like, speaking about responsibilities and like duties and so on, I don't like that narration that we've got some that we have to actually give something back. Everything what you are doing, or possession you will have, and it will come back to society or your family, but family it's a society as well. So nothing will live, like, you will not have anything on the on the end. Like, there is nothing which you own. So just the best thing you can do, it's, in my opinion, just to not do any harm on purpose, and that's it. Okay, that was the last question, and thank you very much, ChatGPT version 3.5. It was extremely nice experience. See you next time. Hello there, funny, gorgeous people, beautiful people from the future, probably. Because who would want to watch it, actually? So as usually, I just can't create any plan of that kind of live streamings. It's simply like, it would be not such a fun if I would create a plan, I suppose, because I would feel then responsible to make it in some particular way, and I don't think it makes sense to actually make a job out of it. Like, it's not work, it's simply flow. It's
it's irresponsible state of mind. So although my frontal lobe is working quite properly and I can control myself, but when it comes to live streamings, I would not do it because like people are controlling themselves all the time and they are so fearful, and that fear, it's such a weird phenomenon, and it's like when it comes to internet, like you've got all tools to make such a wonderful and amazing things creatively, but people just are very cautious and like fearful. And no one is paying me for saying that. I'm just saying that because, like, as an artist, I know that one of the things which block us the most, it's ourselves, it's our thinking. And of course, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be critical of ourselves but like we should like create more like spontaneously, I would say. So I'm just doing it, and for myself now. So like I've got always like these weird ideas about that snapshot of the mind, how I called it, and one of the ideas was like, okay, I'll tell a story about highlights of let's say the most important and interesting like events during the last year, which I experienced, like exhibitions, for example. And okay, I will do it, but actually, I'm not sure if I can remember all of them. I just recently, I've got still strong impression after seeing one exhibition, a few exhibitions, actually. It was one of them. It was House Holbein in the Queen's Gallery. 16th century painter, and it's like great experience, like to see that kind of painters, because you realize how much has changed when it comes to how artists are making art. And I suppose it's because of many factors, but back then, I suppose, creating this kind of painting, it was like a mission, like a almost religious mission use all means to make it as best as possible. And usually now, it's still like making art and having that privilege of making art is quite rare. But back then, it was even more rare, I suppose. And having that kind of opportunity to like really work as a like painting producer, let's say, it was extremely rare. So that's why I suppose like people like, and Holbein was like an immigrant as well, so that's another factor that's which probably influenced his like focus, and he simply tried to make it the best. So those are like Holbein,
was really like extremely skillful. Like, so I don't like, I am not a painter, and like paintings are always quite amazing to watch because it's simply time consuming, and to make a painting and to make it so detailed and precise. So it's a whole technology and like skills and so on, and of course like but paintings are like not such because of that time which you are like putting in that painting to make it look good. It's not such an impressive thing for me, because I know that artists are like simply working a lot to make it look like it looks like in a final stage, like when when it's like final product. And of course they were like doing it for some extremely, like, for that time, rich people who simply expected something specific. So it was like influenced by all that context and people around artists. But when it comes to drawing, for example, is like very quick and straightaway way of putting your thoughts on paper, and it's much less time to there is much less time to actually do it properly. I don't know how much. So I'm going somewhere. I don't know how much time did Holbein spend like drawing one portrait, and I suppose that it had to be like slow process as well when it comes to like sketching all that people. So I suppose that it could happen like in a few sessions, but the point is like Holbein was so precise, and like that portraits are which he was making were extremely small, but they were like very precise. And I'm using like good quality pens which are like 0.005 in thickness, and I thought it's quite precise tool, and of course it is like but so I know how that line looks like, how thin it can be. But when it comes to Holbein, like he was like using even thinner lines, and like as a draughtsman myself, I'm drawing almost every day. I know how it's simply you have to be very precise when it comes to catching proportions and so on. So the thinner like the tool is giving like a mark, any kind of mark, like the more difficult it is to actually find to like put a like to make a line in a precise place, like where it should be. So, and he was like able to do it, and like the size of eyes, for example, on that drawings are like even not even like too. I don't know how big they are, like really, but like based on my eye, like and judgments of this kind, I can say that eyes on the drawings are extremely small, and to make it as precise as he was making it, it was something like out of this world. Like it was good as photography almost. So very impressed by Holbein, and of course, like nowadays there is a lot of artists of that kind, and it's not, and like I am into abstract art in general, but it's like simply a few hundred years ago, and it was extremely rare to do it that way. So so it's always like very good lesson to see that kind of exhibition live, and I think it's open till the till March, so you can still see it. So that was like one of the most strong experiences of last year. But of course, like I'm watching a lot of art online, and I'm seeing a lot of exhibitions, but not as much as I would like to, because still it's quite expensive party to really participate in all openings, and like those are like places around London, so we have to travel there, and it's time consuming. I'm not always able to get there, so, and I'm not like I'm not like I'm not hunting for that kind of events. It's not like I'm looking for that kind of exhibitions all the time, and I'm not checking like what's going on all the time, because I'm making my art and I'm working on an everyday basis. So, but I can say, okay, I saw another amazing exhibitions. Those were like Liora Chiprut in Marlborough Gallery, and Edmund Brooks Beckman. It was quite amazing. Both of these exhibitions, which I filmed, and I put it on my YouTube channel. So I don't know which should I like describe all the exhibitions, but maybe I'll not do it, because you can check it online. Those are young artists who are like inspiring me. Anyway, I saw other exhibitions as well, and one of the exhibitions is like, I'll check it on my Instagram account, Undiscovered Universes, and it's Pilar Corea's gallery of, oh my goodness, that internet is so slow. Christina Quarles, figurative artist, Los Angeles-based artist, as far as I see. Very powerful paintings, very expressive, and it's like eclectic, I would say, imaginative, amazing, like huge formats, still, like, I personally don't know why people are sticking to human figure in all of that. It's like people are sometimes sticking to some stuff because of fear as well. It's like of course, like it's probably because I know as an artist, like people don't pay attention to anything which is not connected directly to let's say humans. So they want to find something with which they can like identify in that painting. So it's like about empathy, and I knew it since high school that okay, I actually in high school I was like not impressed by abstract art at all, and I thought like okay, but it doesn't relate to me in any way. But I think it's relating to us in that sense that abstraction is showing what you can imagine actually, and that's that it doesn't have to be related to humans. Like we don't have to be so direct in references, and we can actually make references in a more abstract way. So for example, like making biological, let's say, shapes, biological marks in nature, like something which is quite similar to living organisms and so on. Like we can do it. We simply, I believe, we are good in extracting informations from symbols. So and it's like brain is doing it on its own, I suppose. So anyway, so but yeah, so that paintings are very like complex in a way which I like, where you simply see so much of dimensions and patterns that you simply enjoy it. And I think like because I'm making quite complex, let's say, paintings as well, and it's because like I think we are now overstimulated by social media and computers and games and so on. So in order to make painting like attractive even for myself, I have to put a lot of information there, and of course there are different states of mind which you can explore, but I need puzzles, and when something is more straightforward, I simply I can see it and I will remember it immediately, and I can have it in my mind. So it's like more symbolic. It's like so you can carry that symbol in your mind. But like paintings for me, in order to come back to them, like have to contain a lot of information, I would say. So Christina Quarles, it's giving me that hyper stimulus, which I need. So yeah. So there is no pattern when it comes to what I like in arts, because like Liora Chiprut is on the other end of that spectrum, and she's making like very simple figurative art, and it's like iconic, and it's like religious, almost religious, contemplative art. Very simple situations, very simple like paintings in essence, but because of that they are like
quite powerful as logos. So I like it. It's very, very graphic. Yeah, I'm visiting Unit London as well on regular. I mean, not very often, to be honest. But yeah, but in Unit London, I've got like there's plenty of artists, so you can always choose something for yourself. But I'm usually like spotting like 1-2 paintings in all what I see. So amazing exhibition was in. I'm on regular basis. I'm on regular basis. From time to time, I'm visiting like Felix and Spear Gallery on Ealing, and I saw quite amazing exhibition of Tam Joseph. Again, like figurative artist, very good painter, amazing sculpture. Like I am more into sculpture because like I'm seeing everything like three-dimensionally. Like my imagination works like that. Those are objects usually. And Tom Joseph's sculptures are really powerful, and it's yeah. I mean, you have to see it. Yeah, but it's about highlights. Let's say. What else? Yeah, I saw some art first. So I saw one of the artists who I admire as well, a very young girl, Marina Rene Kemik. She is already well known and also figurative artist from London. And like simply when it comes to all that artists who I mentioned, those are like very skillful people who you see that they are able to like do whatever they want on the canvas. So because of like how you can see that it's painted easily, like because there's a lot of that paintings. All of that paintings are formally like in a similar way. So yeah, I love like all that artists who have like drawing skills. So and you can determine it by simply seeing how easily they are describing shapes, let's say. And like I am not into like deciphering symbolic meanings, and that there are in all that paintings there are some symbolic meanings, and artists are telling their stories of their life. I am like a formalist because there is no good way of reading paintings. Like that's the probably like for hermeneutic purposes, like painting is like problematic always. So it's always easier simply to express your ideas in the
language, regular language, because painting and symbols like can refer to so many things that as a viewer you'll be always a little bit confused. And I'm not like a postmodernist. And in that sense, I'm not saying that there is no true interpretation or meanings. I am like personally like a simple-minded, and I am simply not going to see exhibition to read whole book. If I want to read a book, I'm reading a book and it takes me a month. But on exhibition, I'm not expecting like huge narrations, and many like curators is making that mistake, I suppose, like that there is too much story in it, like too much of one stories, simply, and you are like overwhelmed, and simply it can be too much. Maybe like I can put a lot like I can put a lot of like visual stimulus into my brain, and I will be not tired. But when it comes to stories and meanings and so on, I can be easily tired. So because those are very often also not easy to digest meanings, I would say. Did I saw anything else which like blown my mind? I saw, it was this year as well, I saw Alexander Caro's exhibition, Abstract Sculpture. It was amazing. Like me myself, like I always saw. I mean, even if I'm drawing, I'm making sketches, like which represent like 3D sculptures, and simply like when I see that there are successful abstract sculptures, my mind is euphoric, and of course like I'm jealous as well, but it's like I'm so happy that you can really do it as an artist, because those are like usually very expensive sculptures to make. When it comes to Anthony Caro, he's using really expensive materials, metal, glass of many sorts, of many kinds, and it's really difficult to and wood as well. So those are expensive toys. What else? And I saw Marina Abramovich in Queen Elizabeth Hall. It was quite something. Marina Abramovich, like when it comes to performance, I am like a hypersensitive person, and when someone like so intensely wants to influence me, I am like anxious. So it's something like, for me, it's and of course like there are important like things to say, and you can want to communicate it to other people, and of course there are very interesting and like important subjects. So of course, like all memes which will like make you be focused on that subject, and like it's good that you are using that means, but performance, like it's like too personal for me. Simply, I would say it's aggressive in a way, and you have to be extremely like mentally strong to actually make performance as well. And of course, Marina Abramovich is always saying a story how she actually achieved that level of confidence, let's say, in that art form. At the same time, like I think performance is powerful because it's showing like how minimalism is working, and like how what is the like minimum, let's say, to express the to like express like anything. Like you can express it with gesture, you can express it with presence, and it's like, yeah, and in all that let's say scholars, students, or whatever, followers of Saint Marina Abramovich, artists who were performing there, it's always like that minimalism is present. So I think that minimalism is also like the consequence of simply a necessity of not saying what you don't want to say in that art form, because you can easily be misinterpreted. So yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, like if you want to be not misinterpreted in like when you are expressing thoughts in language, you have to say a lot actually, but maybe there's some contradiction. But when it comes to performance, like you can, of course, like artists like to be misinterpreted, and they are open to all meanings as well, and because but they have something very specific to say as well. So I think like simplicity, it's is like, yeah, you have to be a master to make it as that message to be clear and simple. Anyway, so Marina Abramovich is always like, and like when it comes to Marina Abramovich, it's I would say art of emotions, strong emotions, and there is plenty of moments when it comes to art of Marina Abramovich that you want to almost cry seeing that, and it's like it's not necessarily the same kind of beauty, let's say, or depth like in other art forms, I suppose. Because when you are seeing a sculpture, you simply you probably will be not so emotional. So yeah, but Marina Abramovich is on that level, let's say, of expressing thoughts and emotions, which is like simply a little bit too personal for me. I like that
because I am an anxious person and a hypersensitive person, I suppose. When I feel like almost attacked, like yeah, when I see simply just a picture, yeah, it's a fun. Like I can enjoy in a safe place all that messages. So even like, and of course, like it can result in that that you simply when its distance is created by a medium. It's such a like you simply not like take that message in a proper way when it comes to human interaction. Like it's like all that performance of Yoko Ono and John Lennon, they had to be so like personal and vulnerable, like with nakedness and so on, because peace is extremely important and people are dying there. And in order to feel that threat and that it's so horrible and so on, you have to like confront yourself with uncomfortable feelings. So and if you are reading like how many people died on some war, Ukraine or now in Gaza, you simply don't understand like the level of cruelty and such a what a kind of hell they are creating there. So like performance would be probably the best medium for to express like message about peace. Yeah, okay. Have I saw anything else? I'm usually documenting like my trips to galleries, but not too many more left. In my memory, I just don't remember anything else, I suppose. There's like in Felix and Spear, I saw Catherine Gilly, great sculpture, abstract sculpture, and it's such a like abstract sculpture is like with abstract painting, it's like it's so like message so abstract, I would say that it's difficult to even say anything like about it. But what is said is like for me it's a story about individualism. Simply artist is a creator of his own universe and world, and message is simply in difference. So of course, like you can say medium is a message in that sense that Catherine Gilly is making for example metal sculptures. It's like you can connect it to Richard Serra or some other like Frank Stella and artists of this caliber. This is like probably the same generation, and so medium is a message like in that sense that it's like you will easily not get rid of that kind of sculpture, because for example my art is mostly on information at this point, and yeah, so I love like that
you can make that kind of sculptures, and then even if someone will forget about all that history around it, it will stay there, and it will be a puzzle. Because like everything what is in the web can disappear. Just one click, one horrible event, and there is no information about you anymore. So you can evaporate from in 1 minute. The same is with artworks on paper. You can burn it easily. Canvas can burn easily as well. So you can imagine even like bad people who can actually want to evaporate all that information about you. And of course it's a paranoid vision, but so yeah, about metal sculptures, they will be there, and it's awesome. What else can I say about summary? Okay, art summary of my year 2023. It was difficult year. A lot of changes. A little bit of stress. Not too much money for everything. So I'm working quite intensely to survive in London. So making art on the site is like having a few kids. And of course I want to create as much as possible. So yeah, but I created a lot of shits, but some of that paintings are like a good shit. So it's like I always struggle with time, and I don't want to make artworks for 1 month because I'm impatient. When I've got an idea, I will just do it like in a way in which I can do it at that moment. So whatever. But it's still like I'm not there. Like I'm still feeling the most safe working with paper, with watercolors, with ink. I've got full control there. Then I can make complex compositions, and I love it. But when it comes to other mediums, I still struggle. Like I painted few bigger paintings, but in this year, but I'm not very happy with them, and it was like a really struggle to make them. So yeah, I don't have too much space to work. Painting is expensive sports, and so on and so on. So yeah, but because of numbers, like how many things I made this year, I managed to make a few really good ones. So at least in the lucky moments, I was able to make some really good sheets. I'm saying that because like for me, perfect scenario is like to have
great quality materials, plenty of time, and then you can produce something when you can say that you are really responsible for everything. So because now I'm making art which is like full of accidents, of mistakes and so on, because of lack of time and so on. Like, so I'm just, okay, another one, fuck it, it has to be like that. And of course, like, you can say whole story about context in that way, economical context, your personal history, context, whatever. And of course, that message is there, but this is not like, it's like if you want to make a good medicine, for example, you can't work in some particular like environment and in some particular circumstances. Simply, it has to be done in a specific way. So I'm working on like production line, and like I'm trying to make that production line like as comfortable as possible. But I'm going in the right direction, I would say. So it's a hassle. It's a funny experience. So what else? Okay. So I've got because when there is nothing you can say, or you can think about what to say, there is ChatGPT. I'm experimenting with ChatGPT recently, and last time I asked ChatGPT to ask me to draw something, and it worked very well, I think. And now I'll ask, dear ChatGPT, please ask me some questions regarding last year. Last year of my life. Please generate 20 of that kind of questions. And let's see what. And it's live, already written, random in a way. So let's see. ChatGPT answered, certainly, reflecting on the past year can be a valuable exercise. Here are 20 questions to prompt your thoughts. First one. What were the most significant achievements or milestones in your life over the past year? Oh, so original. Significant achievements and milestones. Yeah, I mean, good paintings and good artworks, those are the most important achievements for an artist. The rest is like simply that I managed to survive even in very difficult circumstances. It's simply nature of my life. So
I survived. That's the achievement. Second question: can you recall a particular moment that brought you great joy and satisfaction? Particular moment. Every moment where I've got like good circumstance to work, it's a great satisfaction and joy. Yeah. Three. What challenges do you face, and how did you overcome them? I for example, I had reduced hours in one of my jobs, and I had to like find myself in that new circumstances. Those are that kind of practical problems of everyday challenges. 4. Did you learn any new skills or acquire new knowledge in the past year? Okay, this is something about which I forgot actually. Yeah, I'm reading on everyday basis. What can I say? I'm just checking what have I read this year, which was interesting and inspiring. Did I learn any new skills? Let's see. Yeah, I'm learning like about framing a lot all the time because it's my everyday job. Okay, let's see. On my website there is a part of my website called library, and I'm posting my my reading list there, like my books which are when I will finish a book, I'll put it on that list, and I'll put a date when I finished reading it. So I've read, for example, Sam Conniff Allende, Be More Pirate, or How to Take on the World and Win. Quite interesting book about like making yourself more free. In that system actually, and like the author like is like creates like a rules how to live based on rules which governed like ships of pirates. And pirates were actually very democratic, and actually even if they were like gangsters, they actually made themselves gangsters because it was much worse to live as a slave, simply living according to rules. So they were escaping from slavery in that way. And actually we should, I think about our lives as a people who are constantly striving like trying to escape from slavery of some sort. Even like your thinking can be escaping from slavery. I've read Russell Brand Revolution. Yeah, a good book about capitalism as well. That kind of, although like Russell Brand is very religious, and I'm absolutely not interested in that. So I'm not buying any kind of spirituality. So everything what you can say about capitalism is important to realize in what way are you enslaved by companies, by businesses, and so on. It's good to know, but so Russell Brand is trying to make himself free by spirituality. I think it's another kind of enslavement in general. I've read this year as well at Catmull Creativity ENC. About Pixar corporation. So yes, capitalism, flourishing capitalism, but it's in the context of art very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, it's a very American book about like making good business and how to survive like in capitalism as a creative person, let's say. Yeah, but basically I would say that all rules which apply to making a good business, it's like good lessons of a lesson of some sort of life. Although I am anti-capitalist, I must say very strongly in that sense that simply that constant competition and lack of support for people on the bottom, that's unhuman, and it's in all professions as well. So artists, for example, poor artists are suffering, and they are like on the bottom and under the like heavy foot of monopolists, art monopolists. Anyway, John Cleese, Creativity, a short and cheerful guide. It's quite old book, but very nice read. Short one. Pleasure. It's the same story a little bit, like how to actually be creative and how to work with creative problems. And it's actually like, as I said, creative solutions to problems in all domains of your life. You are usually working with them in a quite similar fashion. So, but it's always good to read that kind of book like Cleese, because you realize that we are thinking the same manner usually. Stephen Davis, The Philosophy of Art. It was. I feel like it was like 2 years ago, but actually it was in the March. In the March of this year, I finished reading the book, and actually it's a very good book, like about how philosophers and artists are thinking about art, and it's like good one. Although strict definitions of art make you like limited always, and less creative, I suppose. Donnie Darling, Inequality and the 1%. Extremely good book. Very, very good book. Everyone should read it. So you can blame yourself because you are a loser, but in that system, 99% of us, those are losers. Even maybe a little bit less, because we'll never win any fight, like about cognitive capitalism or capital, about any other form of capital, with that 1% who owns all the world. So, a very good book. You have to read it. What else? Daniel Franklin, Megatech Technology in 2050. Good read. A bunch of articles about the visions of the future. About the future. I'll not go there because it's a black hole. Another one. Dan Gardner, Philip Tetlock, Super Forecasting, the Art and Science of Prediction. There are standard tools which people who are trying to predict future are using, and it's always good to know them, although you can't predict the future, and that's unfortunately you can't like predict everything, I would say. Everything which you can strictly control, you can predict, and you can write a book like Better Angels of Our Nature of Steven Pinker, and you can have a nice graph how everything will change for the better, for example, because it's like pure mathematics. So almost everything's adding up, and it's simple to predict. But all which is more complex than you can grasp, so biology, health, weather, and so on, you can't predict it. So, and actually, so we can only predict what kind of plans will we make, and what we can achieve with our resources and so on. Anyway, very good read. Although there is like no like critical opinions about predicting the future. Michael Gazzaniga, Instinct of like Consciousness Instinct. I read it in Polish, so I'm just translating the title. How brain is creating, like how mind emerges from the brain. And I was a little bit disappointed with that book, I must say, because yeah, I wrote some critical comments about it on my Instagram. David Graeber, Fragments of an Anarchist Anthropology. It was nice read, although I don't remember too much. But there is in London there is a great bookstore, Freedom bookstore, and there is anarchistic literature. So David Graeber was like an anarchist, and he simply
like he was looking for alternative for capitalism and like slavery. Okay, so I've read Brian Greene. I'll be not translating that title, maybe to the end of time, simply. Yeah, Brian Greene is always great. A lot about entropy and general reflections about physics and life. Nice read. Always very informative. Like when you are reading Brian Greene. Aldous Huxley, The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell. Classic. I am surprised that I've read it so late in my life, but I'm a lazy student, and I am completely against drugs and of any sort. So there would be a lot to discuss with Aldous Huxley, although it's very inspiring book because it's about imagination as well, and everything what is about imagination is about epistemology as well, about cognition and simply knowing the world around you, because creativity is about looking at the words in a different way as well, and looking on the words in a different way allows you to extract new informations, so you can create new theories and so on. So it's very important. I've read Michio Kaku, God's Equation. I don't remember too much, to be honest, but it was a great read. It was like good as a candy, as always with Michio Kaku. Robbie Krieger, Set the Night on Fire, Living, Dying and Playing Guitar with the Doors. Very good read. It's you can, because it's like we know Jim Morrison and the Doors like as a mythological band, and it's good to read about how it was perceived by someone who actually experienced that, and how he reflected about it. Amazing book, very good. Have I read anything else? Yep, there is another one. David Robson, The Intelligence Trap. Revolutionize your thinking and make wiser decisions. Intelligence in general, it's a very problematic concept. It's a concept simply. So it's a construct. And like there's many ways where you can like say why people are wise, smart or stupid. Like it's simply another way of making unnecessary hierarchies, and it's like about who will govern who. So just don't go that way. Free yourself from any concepts of intelligence, and it will be the most smart decision of your life. Yeah, but it's a book, again, that kind of book which everyone should read and reflect about, because it's simply about human nature and how to actually measure anything. And actually, I don't think that it's possible to measure human beings, like when it comes to brain capacity and cognition and so on. It's like very dirty business, and it's political and so on. Like, don't do it, people. I've read Barbara Sahakian and Julia Gottwald, Sex, Lies and Brain Scans. Some neuroscience book. Everything about brain is delicious. It's always delicious and it's awesome. And Sex, Lies, of course, that's like interesting as well. Sex the most, but anyway, yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, neuroscience is the only source of true knowledge, I would say. The rest is like around it. Shan M. Sheehan, Anarchism. It's a kind of book, like, interesting, like, there is plenty of types of anarchism. Anarcho-individualism, anarcho-communism, like, whatever, like, so I wanted to create a map in my brain. It didn't stick to me. I am such an anarchist that it didn't, like, stay with me. I don't know. I am, like, more into like, I would say I am anarcho socialist, of course, because it's the only rational way of thinking about social life, I think. But in fact, I am, like, probably more anarcho individualist. Is there anything else? Because it's not a simple list. It's alphabetical, it's not according to dates. Whatever. Let's jump to another question from ChatGPT. So, did you learn any new skills or acquire new knowledge in the past? Yeah, as I said, like, actually, all questions which I answered today, it's like, yes, I've learned a lot. It was delicious year. I survived that year. It was difficult lesson of life. So fuck that year. I hope that another one will be better. Were there any unexpected opportunities that came your way, and how did you handle them? Unexpected opportunity was that there is an option. There was an option to organize an exhibition, and actually in February of next year, hopefully, I'll be still alive. I'll make an exhibition in another exhibition in UK. It will be second one. So hopefully it will work for me. So I handle them. I handled that opportunity by simply saying that, okay, I'll do it, although it's very problematic for me because of many, like, logistic. So a lot of hustle again. What personal growth of or self improvement goals did you set and which ones did you achieve? Yeah, I wanted to paint more paintings and I made it, but I wanted to make it better, but I couldn't, so that was important. Did you form any new meaningful relationships or connections? In a way, as I said, experiencing London, it's like there is no easy way to make connections and relationships when you are working a lot. What books, movies, or music had a profound impact on you during the past year? I said about books a lot already. Were there moments when you stepped out of your comfort zone, and what did you discover? So, for example, I'm going out of my comfort zone when I'm going to in public and like making, for example, YouTube videos, which are, or making that snapshot of the mind. It's like going out against like my nature. I'm very introverted person and anxious person, so all events and situations of this kind are like problematic for me. 10th questions. How did you prioritize self-care and well-being throughout the year? Self-care, so I'm not making over hours, I'm not working more than 6 days a week. I'm sleeping 8 hours daily, 7-8 hours. I'm not saving money on food, trying to eat the best food possible. I'm meditating and so on. Like I'm trying to care about myself because there is no one who would care about me in a different way than giving me money. So I have to be kind for myself. Did you travel to new places or have any memorable experiences in familiar ones? No. Okay, so I'll stay with that. I like said a lot, and now it's public ownership. Now you own that and you have to live with that. So anyway, thank you very much for your attention.